ready, Tim?
I am.
All right, it's 7 p.m. It's time and place for the July 14, 2020 WROK Planning Commission meeting, and I will call the meeting to order. And we'll start with a roll call. I can't see everybody, but if people will introduce themselves, please proceed, starting with the mayor.
Mayor Mike Fournier, present.
I can see them all. If you want me to kind of, Ann Beakey,
Present.
Char Douglas,
Present.
Woody Guntry. You're mute.
Present. Can you hear me?
Yep. Eric
Present.
Eric Kluser.
Present.
That's everyone.
And myself, Gary Casada, acting as the chair today. All right, first order of business is to approve the agenda, which we're talking about on the live mic. And so we have a couple of issues there. Tim?
Yeah, I would like to bring to the board's attention that item F1, the petitioner has asked that they be postponed for another month. And then item H1 under other business has requested to be postponed to a future, another month as well. The reason I'd like to bring those up now is also you'll see down under item H2, rescheduling the August 11th, 2020 regular meeting. If you've had a chance to look at that menu or a memo, you will notice that because of the schedule to move from the old City Hall, the one I'm currently sitting in, into the new building, WROK will be down. Their equipment won't be available from August 11th through August 19th. And as part of the executive order for remote meetings, we do have to be able to broadcast as part of that. So we won't be able to hold a regular meeting in August on August 11th. The memo that staff put together and sent out suggested some potential other dates. In reality, I don't see any of those dates really working. But I did want to have the board potentially talk about this now rather than when you get to those items that have requested postponement so that you could postpone it to the appropriate meeting. And based on the schedule of meetings in August, there were only a few dates that were open. Monday, August 3rd, Thursday, August 16th, Monday, August 10th, but that's really a city commission meeting, so I don't see that really being open. And then they were talking Wednesday, August 26th, or Thursday, August 27th. What I would point out is the 3rd and the 6th really don't work for staff in terms of putting a packet together and notices out for an August meeting, depending on what we have left to do.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
what we're doing here is, what Mr. Twing is doing here is discussing the agenda item, but I think we need to approve an agenda with a discussion of postponements and then get into the specifics, with all due respect to Mr. Twing.
Okay.
All right. I appreciate that. Let me get a clarification. You say F1 asked for a postponement?
Yes, F1, H1.
Those are the two. Okay, so
Yeah.
the revised agenda for,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I would like to add another item to the agenda. And that is a discussion, a two-part discussion, one about a joint meeting between the Planning Commission and the Zoning Board, and a discussion of training requirements for zoning and planning body members.
All right. Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Okay, so support. Anyone?
Support.
All right. a discussion of that. But we have as a suggestion that we add to the agenda a discussion of joint meeting with the zoning board and training requirements for both bodies.
And I believe you also need a motion to add the rescheduling item to the agenda. So I would move that as well.
Okay, for efficiency, I appreciate that.
Well, rescheduling is listed under H2.
Yes, it is. Just a matter that, Mr. Twing, I think, was bringing it up now, so during the course of the meeting, we would be aware of it.
So we're moving the item up on the agenda.
Yes, we move H2 to the agenda discussion.
So that would make it item C1.
I think that's correct.
Okay, I still think you need a motion to that effect, and I make that motion.
Okay, are we combining your motions?
No, we're adding two items to, no, we need to act on my motion and then on the agenda revision motion.
Okay, and again, your motion was to add the two items.
Well, one item, combined discussion of zoning and planning, joint meeting and training.
Okay, and we had a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Can we probably should try to do things in order, since I honestly, I can't see everybody. I know Tim can, but whatever order that we maintain here, starting with the mayor, I think we should try to keep that in order. So,
I vote yes.
all right, very good.
I vote yes, Ann.
This is Woody. I vote yes.
This is Charlene. I vote yes.
Eric Klooster, I vote yes.
And Gary votes yes. All right, so that's everybody, right? Because we don't have Ann. Motion passes, so the two items are added to the agenda. We will add them at the end of the agenda after other business.
I'm sorry, Mr. Casada, you still need to vote on the revision of the agenda to move item H.
Yep, that's next.
Okay,
That's what we do next, thanks. So we have a proposal really from the department to move item H2 up to the discussion of the approval of the agenda. Is there, I can't make a motion, right?
I made that motion.
Oh, you already made the motion. Okay, is there a second?
Support, Ann Beeke.
Is there discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mike,
I vote yes.
Ann,
Yes.
Woody,
Yes.
Char,
Yes,
Eric,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay, so the motion passes. So at this point, we can continue our discussion. I think we put it in proper order of the rescheduling of the August 11th, 2020 regular meeting. We've already heard Mr. Twing discuss the
Yes.
dates. I don't know if there's anything else you want to.
There's nothing I'd really, I guess, just to highlight it again, from staff's perspective, there are no available dates in the month of August that really make much sense to us. Obviously, whatever the Planning Commission chooses to do is fine. Again, the only available dates currently are August 3rd, August 16th, August 26th, and August 27th. And again, the reasons we feel that way are August 3rd and 6th are too close to putting out any potential notices we'd have to put out. Would basically have to go out this Friday. August 26th and August 27th are basically a week or so prior to what would be the regular September meeting of September 8th. And also on top of the move that staff's going to have to deal with from this building to the new building, Obviously, there's a lot of logistics and planning and packing and things that go along with that. So we would recommend, or I would recommend, that the August 11th meeting simply be canceled, and that anyone that you reschedule or postpone this evening would be postponed to the September 8th meeting. No.
Any discussion on the commission's part?
I have a quick question. The applicants that have requested that their agenda items be pulled from this agenda, are they aware of the potential?
I am personally aware that the one for the sign variance, and Kathy Wichman is actually part of the meeting this evening, because obviously staff has indicated that there's no guarantee that the Planning Commission will postpone these items. Frankly, you could act upon them all this evening, but we do have 2 requests for postponement, and I am not personally aware that the petitioner for 1006 East 11 Mile is aware that that the meeting would be September 8th, although the emails I've received from them indicate they don't want to meet until they can meet in person. So I don't believe they would object to postponement to September.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
a question for Mr. Twing. Do you know of other possible agenda items in the hopper for a possible August meeting?
Well, we have one application that's submitted. Frankly, the cutoff date for the August meeting has passed. However, on occasions, we do get some things that come in that are pretty simple to deal with, so we've not made them wait. So I'm not anticipating, a rush coming in, but I just think with all the other activities and things that are going to occur in the next few weeks, trying to get stuff together for the 3rd or the 6th would be a challenge. And then, as I said, the 26th and 27th are so close to the 8th that because our Planning Commission meeting in September is actually fairly early based on the 2nd Tuesday and where it falls. But again, we'll do whatever the Planning Commission feels appropriate.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to cancel the August Planning Commission meeting.
I'll second.
All right, there's a second. The motion is to cancel the August 11th Planning Commission meeting. Their discussion. Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Same order there. Mr. Mayor?
I vote yes.
Ann?
yes,
Woody? Woody? Might have muted himself. He didn't mute
Yes.
himself. Yeah. Okay. Shar?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. So the motion carries. The August 11th Planning Commission meeting will be postponed till the September date. All right. So now we are back to the approval of the agenda. We've made these changes. Do we have to approve the overall agenda, or we
Did that.
did that? Okay. All right. Next item would be the approval of the minutes of June 9th, 2020. However, there's an issue with one of the resolutions at the 606 South William Street. That's the parking lot improvements. And I believe we have to address that issue before we can approve the minutes from June 9th. Tim,
That's correct. The minutes, if you refer to the written minutes, they're on the bottom of page 4 of 8 and carry over to the top of page 5 of 8. The petitioner has submitted a memo that's also attached indicating what they believe of that meeting. As I indicated prior to starting the meeting, I thought the Planning Commission could deal with this in one of two ways. You could either concur that the resolution that staff prepared and is included in the minutes was correct and approve the minutes, or you could indicate that the resolution was incorrect in some fashion and amend those minutes to put the appropriate wording in, and then approve the minutes, and that's how we would go forward. If you approve the minutes the way they have been prepared, I believe the petitioner is still going to ask that you allow them to modify a portion of it in terms of the chain link fence and landscape green belt, but we can get into that depending on where you want to go with the minutes.
Is Mr. Twing, is the petitioner here, or they submitted this writing only?
Yeah, Mr. Downing is part of the call. James Downing is on the meeting. But I would suggest perhaps you review the minutes and see whether you believe those are correct or incorrect, and have some there.
All right. Would this is an unusual item for me. It would not be appropriate this time to ask the petitioner for his input? This would be a discussion.
Sure.
Thank you, Commission. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm asking Mr. Twing.
Yes,
Would that be appropriate to ask the
that's
petitioner?
fine.
Sure. Okay. Would the petitioner like to weigh in here?
I would. Thank you. So in June, we came before the Commission with a site plan for the substantial rehab of Royal Oak Manor and the site plan was approved with an amendment to the parking lot that's on a uncontiguous lot with the main building. It's across Williams Street from Royal Oak Manor and is at the corner of Williams and 7th. As Mr. Twing indicated, there's a fair amount of discussion on what the appropriate treatment was of the fencing and buffer between this parking lot and the right-of-way in the street. We're trying to accomplish two things with this site plan. First is an aesthetic upgrade, and admittedly, this chain link fence does not meet that goal. So we're happy to provide an improvement to that. Also, we're fighting for every inch we can for the parking in this building. It's a 240 unit building. We have 108 parking spaces and a wait list of parking from our residents for an assigned space that's approximately 40 people. So as part of this rehab, we're trying to increase our parking capacity. We're able to get an extra 2 spots out of the William Street parking lot with restriping. So the discussion, my understanding of the discussion in June was Commissioner Douglas made a motion that it be approved with the condition that the Williams Street parking lot be done to code, which would require a landscaped green belt or a block wall along the edge. There was quite a bit of discussion on that, and my understanding of the motion that was approved, Ms. Douglas amended her motion to be that the Williams Street parking lot be either have a fencing condition that meets zoning, that meets code, or is approved by staff. So delegating that decision to staff. And the report we received required the green belt, the landscaping behind the fence, which would make it consistent with zoning. Our understanding of the motion was it wasn't that prescriptive. The reason this is an issue for us is we'll lose parking capacity at this lot if we have the landscaped barrier. So on our current configuration, we lose an aisle, which would be 16 spots. We're looking at a reconfiguration, but there's no way to add this landscaping without losing some parking at this lot. And again, we're really trying to get every space we can. So we this afternoon I sent email to Mr. Hedges and Mr. Twing showing a example of the type of fence we're looking at. We understand that the purpose of the landscape barrier is to prevent headlights from shining into neighboring buildings. So we're looking at a design of fence that is effectively an aluminum fence or potentially a wooden fence, painted wooden fence that has horizontal slats, relatively closely spaced, that we think would have the same effect. But of course, it'd be narrower and would allow us to maintain our parking. Whether or not this is done through an amendment of the minutes or an adjustment of the vote that's taken, that's what we'd like to pursue, is to present the planning department with some fencing options that will have the effect of adequately screening the right-of-way from the headlights as people park in the evenings, and not require us to install the landscape buffer, which would diminish parking capacity.
If you look at item 1A, and click on that, you'll see the email that was sent by Mr. Downing, as well as the proposed fence design at the end of that. It also includes, at the beginning of the item, is the staff memo to the petitioner indicating the approval. And I believe the item that's in discussion would be item A2, replacing the chain link fence surrounding the off-street parking lot east of South Williams with landscaping, greenbelt, solid wall, or combination of wall, fencing, and landscaping in accordance with the ordinance number that replicates the landscaping and screening on the west side of South Williams Street, which was over on the other parking lot. So I believe that's the item that was either incorrect or needs modification. And then, as I said, the proposed type of fence they'd like to install is, I believe, the last page of that document.
Are there other questions for the petitioner from the commission? Is there discussion or a motion?
I have a comment, not necessarily, so discussion,
Yes.
I guess. This
Yes,
is
Ann.
My recollection in the long discussion was, and I can't see very easily using my computer for the meeting and looking at my wasn't able to print everything out this time, that our interest was matching potentially the other fence in the other parking lot. So aesthetically making it similar to the black fence, which I assume is aluminum, and then adding as much possible green as feasible, which we talked about. I guess there are boxwoods there, which again, environmentally aren't necessarily the best thing, but they do provide some buffer. And I also recall that we talked about the fact that with the chain link fence now, the headlight issue is not so much the issue because it's already shining on their building. And so I don't think it's so much the headlights as it is the aesthetic and the green. And I'll take this opportunity because you happen to come here today again and again. I voted no because I'm very concerned about the green space. To make 2 points. One, your staff person had talked about the trees being overgrown, and I re-looked at them again, and I would say those are mature pine trees that really have a lot of aesthetic value and value to your value of your property. And I would urge you to reconsider keeping any of them you can. 1 or 2 of them provide shade over picnic tables. And the other thing is, I also urge you, again, this is not regarding this particular thing, is to look at other parking options. There are so many parking lots and parking garages in the downtown. For your people who don't have to go in and out every day, there may be parking options that can go with something shared and alleviate this problem without diminishing the value of your property and taking away trees and other green space. Because again, creating a sea of property around a sea of parking around a property only diminishes the value for the people who don't even need the parking, which are your residents might benefit from the trees in other ways. Anyway, my recollection was that it was about the wrought iron fence being matched, or aluminum, it's not iron, And the aesthetic, not so much about the headlights in this particular case, even though our ordinance is about the headlights. That's more when there's private homes nearby. Anyway, that's my recollection.
Any other comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
my recollection is the same as the petitioners. That we, in fact, I remember us discussing, to what degree we have the ability to delegate the final selection of the materials to the staff. And we concluded that we did have that ability, and that was my wish. And that is reflected in what they say the minutes should read. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the minutes of the June meeting as revised, and that is that item 2, part A, 2, say that they replace the chain link fence surrounding the off-street parking lot east of South William Street with suitable fencing to be approved by the staff.
There's support.
Support.
Support by Mr. Klooster. Is there discussion? Remember, I can't see you all, so you're going to have to verbalize if you want to be recognized. Well, I'll comment myself, is that I recall the same way that Commissioner Douglas does. So I'll be supporting the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yes.
Ann?
Yes.
Woody?
Yes.
Shar?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So the motion carries and the meeting minutes are approved with the amendment, I suppose it is. Correction amendment. All right. The next issue on the agenda is approval of the June 16th meeting minutes. That was a special meeting having to do with the property on Woodward, the pawn shop property. Is there a motion or discussion? Looking for a motion, really.
I'll move to approve.
There's support. There's a question. Is there support?
Support.
Is there discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mike?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
Woody?
Yes.
Shar?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
And I wasn't there, but so I'm going to vote yes anyways. All right. Next item would be public comment on non-agenda items. Is that, do we have anybody in the audience, Mr. Twing?
I believe so, and I believe Carol would be the one to play those.
Oh, I'm sorry. Carol?
Yes, I'm just getting my speaker set up. We have 3 public comments on general or non-agenda items this evening for you.
And just to be clear, are these recordings or are the people, do we do this live?
Now, these are recorded. Public comment is open for 3 hours. Yesterday is published on the notice and agenda.
Okay. Proceed when you're ready.
This is Charles Simchina. I'm calling about the public comment policy of the Planning Commission. My recommendation is the commission discuss the public comment policy and vote on it at your meeting Tuesday night. The issue in question is having public comment a day before the meeting on a Monday at 12 noon. The public really has become accustomed to calling the day of the meeting and close in time to the meeting. A month ago when I watched the meeting, I saw at the beginning the chair asked them questions about the public comment. I think you were misinformed as a board. You were told that the public comment is handled the same way as all the other city bodies, including the city commission and the DDA. But I want you to know that all the other public bodies, the city commission and the DDA, coronavirus, hold their Zoom meetings and have public comment the day of the meeting. Sometimes it's a couple of hours before the meeting, but it's usually close in time to the meeting time. It's hard to tell how many people may have called or call on a Tuesday after missing a Monday public comment deadline. But I think you should be consistent with all the other city committees and what other cities do. I'm sure there's some type of administrative convenience factor, but the benefit outweighs trying to be as consistent as possible. It's hard enough during the coronavirus time for people to engage in these meetings. You know, they have public comment. It's only 3 minutes. They don't get to hear the public hearing introduction by the planner or a presentation by a petitioner before they get to some public comment. And having it a day before the meeting is just bad public policy. It breeds distrust with government among the public. They think something is going on and wonder why the planning commission is the only one who does this. So I think you should discuss this as a body and vote and set public comment the day of the meeting. Thank you.
My name is James Reed. My address is 4124 Arlington Drive, Royal Oak. This would be, I guess, would be general interest. The possible plan of having a marijuana distribution in a pawn shop on Woodward near Normandy does not fit in this residential area. Why? Because of kids, lack of space, losing property values, and the high traffic volumes these businesses would bring. As far as the kids, they don't need to be around people. They use pawn shops to finance their lives and get high. People will buy an ounce and light up and walk around the neighborhood. Two, I don't know many people who would want to move in this type of neighborhood. Three, there is just not enough room for the traffic these two places will draw. Not being a traffic expert, I knew immediately Starbucks on Woodward could not handle the traffic. For a pawn shop and marijuana distribution center is not representing the public, but rather the corporate interests.
Chico Gomez. I'm a resident of Royal Oak. I live on 3535 Dukeshire Highway. I'm calling in relation to the new businesses on Woodward, the marijuana shops and the adult business and pawn shop. I completely, absolutely, and strongly disagree with allowing licensing or zoning for marijuana, adult businesses, and pawn shops on Woodward in the city of Royal Oak. My number is 248-709-1693. Chico Gomez, 3535 Dukeshire. Thank you.
That concludes the public comment related to items not on the agenda.
Right. All right. I believe we're on to new business. And that would bring us to the first item, which is designated RZ 20-03-01. Mr. Twing, can you bring us up to speed?
Yeah, the item that's here at F1 public hearing is old business. The petitioner on 1006 East 11 Mile Road is a petitioner that has again asked for postponement to the next planning commission meeting.
Oh, that's F1.
Yes, F1.
Okay, sorry. Old business, yes. All right. So is there any action we need to take at this time?
Yes, you'd either grant a request for postponement, or we can proceed with review. I don't believe the petitioner is part of the call.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I strongly disagree with postponing this hearing. If this body and other decision-making committees and boards in the city start allowing people to postpone their items until there is a live meeting, we're going to wind up with with everybody wanting to do it in live meetings that are stacked up. This is a legally constituted meeting. We have already granted them one postponement. I believe we should hear this item tonight.
All right. Is that a motion?
The only motion you would need would be if somebody wanted to move to allow them to postpone either to September or to accommodate their desire to participate in a live meeting.
All right. And just to be clear, Mr. Twing, that's what they represented to you? That's what they wanted to wait until?
Well, initially they were on the agenda last month, and the communication that I had with them last month via email was they asked for postponement then, and they asked for postponement until we had a in-person meeting. The Planning Commission chose to postpone it until this month. They have again requested that it be postponed.
Did they articulate that same reason, or did they give?
They didn't articulate until an in-person meeting, but obviously staff has indicated we don't know when that's going to occur. Your other option was potentially to remove it from the agenda, and we'll make them pay a new fee and resubmit, and go that route.
Well, I have to tell you, I'm a little unaware of, I can't recall us ever having a hearing on something when the petitioner, under this circumstance, where the petitioner wasn't available. I don't know if that's...
Well, it doesn't happen very often. Several years ago, we had a petitioner that kept postponing, or item got put on a table, and the Planning Commission simply denied it. Didn't spend any time on it. We simply made them repay the fee, redo the notice, and redo a hearing when they were ready to submit. I don't think you're required to leave it on the agenda for infinitum. You can remove it from the agenda rather than spending time on it when they're not here.
Removing it, just to
If
clarify.
Mr. List feels any differently, I'd be happy to have his input, but I would feel more comfortable if you simply removed it from the agenda, and rather than hearing a case that they're not here to present their petition, or simply remove it.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment?
Yes.
This is Ann. If we are to address this in this format online, I would suggest that we would give a postponement and also tell the petitioner that we are going to address this in September, whether or not you show up. If we want to choose to do that, I don't feel comfortable, even though I have my own opinions on this already. I don't feel comfortable addressing it without the person present, unless we've told them ahead that we will address it without their presence, especially given the unusual circumstance of this COVID situation. And again, Shar, I understand what you're saying, and I do agree that we wouldn't want to start a precedent of doing this in an infinite number of times, but I'd like to give warning that we're going to address whether or not they're present prior to doing so, personally.
This is the mayor. I have a comment as well. Just to add to that, I mean, I think that we have, it's always okay in these circumstances to give a pass, postpone something, circumstances come up, and I think it's always appropriate to give like one pass if somebody asks for it, and I think we've had a pretty consistent history. Two starts to become a challenge, and even if we were to give it a pass tonight, I would expect at least the petitioner to be ready and prepared just in case. I think Mr. Twing's idea of simply removing it from the agenda would, and Mr. Twain, correct me if I'm wrong, from what I heard, is just require them to reapply fairly, pay their fee, get it evaluated, and do it over again. And that might be the price they have to pay versus just, pushing this thing on and on and on and really, doing something that we haven't really granted to too many other. I mean, I know we've always given a pass one time, but like two, maybe it's best that if we remove it, we don't discuss it, they're not here, and they have to pay the fee and go through the process again. That's my thought.
Can I just get a confirmation from Mr. Swing that would be the ramification, the difference between denying it or removing it? What's the substantive difference?
Well, I guess I would not want to hear the case, and again, Mr. Litz can jump in where he would like, but my preference is your staff would not to hear the case without them present. It was the Planning Commission's action to move this forward and keep it on the agenda for tonight's meeting. I think you have the right to remove it from the agenda. And the subsequent to that is we would not add it back to agenda until they repaid the fee. We redid the hearing notices, and then they could be present whenever that is. It could be September, it could be October, it could be December. But moving it, what happens from taking it from June to July is we did the hearing notices. Everybody that wanted to comment on the public hearing did so. And then if they watched the meeting, they're aware that it got moved to July. So they have the opportunity to listen to any discussion that would occur this evening and the petitioner's reaction to that. So I think removing it from the agenda sends the message it's gone. You haven't taken any action, affirmative or negative to it. And you've given everyone notice that if they reapply, it'll be on a future agenda. If they never reapply, it'll never be on your agenda again.
Quick last question here from me. When did they notify you that they wanted to postpone?
Well, the first notice was prior to the last meeting. And again, staff, and I haven't had direct contact.
I'm talking about this second time because
via email probably a week or so ago.
Okay, because we took action on it and they would have known that we took action to postpone it a month. So that's the point of my question is how long did they wait before they let us know that they
I don't have the email in front of me. Let me look. It might have been attached to your packet. Hang on. Might be at the end. Nope, I don't see it there. Doug, do you have a date when they asked for the? No, apparently he's muted. I don't have a date as when they asked the second time for postponement. As I said, I am aware that they really didn't want to meet unless they could meet in person.
All right, thank you. All right, is there, Woody, you had a comment?
Yep. So I just wanted to generally sort of reinforce what Commissioner Douglas, Mayor, had to say with regards to postponing the meeting. I think, doing it once for them is okay circumstances. And in this case, it was a strategic decision on their part, which we were aware of, and we were willing to accommodate that, and that was their choice, and we just accommodated it. In this particular case, I think we aren't necessarily at the whim to accommodate their strategic choices all the time. We've done that in one instance. I do believe that they do deserve the right to be present when we are taking action on it. I don't think it'd be appropriate to actually hear the case and take action tonight with them not being present. I agree with the mayor in the sense that this is a request on their part, again, to postpone it. And regardless of whether or not we decide to do that or not, they should be present and prepared to discuss it just in case, because in fact, they've requested this and we may not grant it. So if they're not here to present their case, I don't think it's appropriate to hear it. I do think I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the discussion that we just had about denial versus removal. So in fact, if we do have a motion to remove it from the agenda, and it is in fact removed from the agenda, from a procedural standpoint, does that automatically force them to reapply if they choose at whatever point they feel appropriate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we would have to, they'd have to pay the fee again because we would renotice to everyone within 300 feet. We would put the notice in the paper and they would have to cover those costs. And we would wait until they formally and officially asked to be on an agenda.
Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Twing at all? Your motion.
Motion to remove the agenda item F1.
There's support.
I support. This is Ann.
Their discussion. All right, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Mayor.
I vote yes.
Ann.
I vote yes.
Woody.
Yes.
Shar.
Yes.
Eric.
Yes.
And I vote yes. All right, motion carries. The agenda item is removed from the agenda, F1. Okay, staying with old business. Now we go on to the rezoning from General Industrial Mixed Use 1 Overlay District. Mr. Twing.
This item was, again, in front of the Planning Commission at your June meeting. The Planning Commission postponed it and asked staff to invite the property owners in the affected area that made comment to be part of the meeting. I believe, looking at the list, there are 3, Mr. Cowan, Mr. Mahmood, and Mr. Razor are, I don't know if there's anyone else, I don't see anyone else on the list, that to come this evening and give their perspective on this rezoning initiative. So I would suggest, since that was your request, you let them talk, and then if you have questions from staff, we'd be happy to get into those.
All right, I think that's a good idea. Are the petitioners here, and is it Carol, you're gonna let them in, or let them in one at a time?
They are already in, and you also have Mr. Evan Barrett on this matter.
You may want to call on them one-on-one, and Mr. Cowan is here, Mr. Mahmood is here, and I believe Mr. Razor is also here. Whoever you'd like to call on first, Mr. Chairman.
All right, let's hear from Mr. Cowan first.
Okay, good evening. Can you see and hear me?
Can't see ya, can hear you.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. It's good to be with you again. I am here this evening with Mr. Evan Barrett, who is the general manager for GFL Recycling in Michigan, and his office is in fact at the Royal Oak facility that GFL owns. You may be familiar that this site has been a recycling facility going on 40 years with different ownership. Probably the longest period of ownership was by Mr. Habib Mamou and Royal Oak Recycling when significant improvements occurred. With respect to GFL's position, we oppose the rezoning. I submitted to you a letter dated June 4th, which went into great detail. I'm not going to repeat that. I assume that you all have read it. The situation with the rezoning is, first, I believe that usually rezoning is done for a reason, to improve an area. This area has vastly improved over the last 30 to 35 years with significant investment, both from the predecessors to GFL on our specific property and property within the industrial area, and just as importantly, with properties adjacent to the area. Significant reinvestment has occurred by a variety of parties. And I think even within the industrial area, particularly on Hudson, you've seen upgrades in almost every building. You've seen WROK Brewing move in on a conditional rezoning agreement. So as far as trying to get rid of blight, there is no blight in this area, primarily, as I mentioned, because of investments by the businesses. And all those businesses have peacefully coexisted with their neighbors, and a lot of accommodations have been made. There is no truck traffic on Knowles. All the traffic into GFL comes in on Hudson and exits onto Harrison. And so as a result, there's been a lot of, as I said, accommodations made with the residential community. And in fact, many residents have moved in with the new apartments and condominiums that have been built nearby. So we, as a practical matter, even though the rezoning would occur as a matter of law, we would become a non-conforming use. And as I pointed out in my letter, Royal Oak has a very severe policy in ordinance with respect to non-conforming uses, and in essence, that they won't be welcomed anymore. Now, I know that there has been proposed an overlay district. I'll comment on that in the next item, and that does have some relief to it. But one of the primary objections we have is that this rezoning, even with the overlay district, will still have restrictions on future development of the property for the purpose we're using it for now, even with the overlay district. So as a practical matter, I'll give you an example. The machinery and equipment that is involved in recycling evolves every year. And there may be in the future issues where we need to change or modify the building to accommodate that equipment. This would still be a difficult process, and we would have to go through more hoops than usual. Where relief is given is if there's damage or destruction through an act of God or a fire or something of that nature, and we're grateful for that. But again, as a practical matter, this would cause restrictions that are not in place at this time. And quite frankly, many of the people who have invested here did so in reliance on the industrial zoning. They didn't buy the property to be speculative and to develop it into something else. They bought the property, such as GFL did, to use it as a recycling center. And as you may know, GFL is one of the largest waste haulers and recyclers in the state of Michigan. And this is an important facility in what we call the food chain of waste disposal, particularly with respect to recyclables. So we would ask that you not approve the rezoning for, I think, the 7 or 8 reasons that I stated in the letter. Again, a lot of the blight has not occurred, and there has been a lot of successful redevelopment. We would expect that there would be a diminution in value anytime there's a non-conforming use, even with an overlay. There are complications. GFL has experienced this in other communities where they have non-conforming use properties. And we believe that there are other alternatives that the city can use to redevelop parcels, such as conditional rezoning, which happened with WROK. So we believe well enough should be left alone. I applaud the fact that there was a review of this, but we firmly believe that the zoning should remain as is. We think there's alternatives, and we think that GFL will be able to continue its mission in the recycling business very finely with the industrial classification. So we thank you for this opportunity to address you, and we certainly will be around to answer any questions that any of you may have. Thank you very much.
Are there any, and this is the GFL property, are there questions for the petitioner from the commission? All right, hearing none. Perhaps we should hear from Mr. Razor and his client at this point.
Thank you very much, Chair, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Douglas, and Planning Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. With me is Ed Mahmood, whose family has owned their facility and redeveloped that area over 30 plus years. And I think that that's the most important thing that I can speak to. I wrote you a letter on July 10th. I hope everybody had an opportunity to enjoy it, especially the headings that I placed in it. The fact is that, you know, when you're in business and you're entrepreneurs and you've really spent your life developing property, one of the keys to your success is adaptability and your reliance upon, you know, why you bought the property. Here they have general industrial property, and this area is naturally migrating towards other uses, and I'll talk about that in a second. But the fact is that these have been incredibly good stewards of the land who have been able to modify and adapt based upon their zoning to things that are better for us as a community. And for example, I listed the uses that they had and the changes that they had. And this overlay zoning, which they didn't ask for, in which they didn't do anything to get, penalizes them by making them all non-conforming uses. And Mr. Twing put in a chart which shows that, you know, some of the things that are now permitted are now special land uses. And as a result of that, they have to go through a whole planning process as they try to adapt and move forward. And the fact is that this mixed use one zoning, which is proposed, is honestly a terrible zoning for this zone. It's terrible because two of the uses for it are single family homes and multifamily homes. So we have industrial uses. If you allow in single family homes into this district, you're just going to be opening the floodgates of complaints over these industrial uses. The industrial use is appropriate for the zone. GFL is not going anywhere. Royal Oak Storage isn't going anywhere. When you have a non-conforming use, you have problems with the building department in terms of changing your buildings, configuring them differently, doing different things. And I think Mr. Twing admitted to you at the last meeting that this is a lot more hoop jumping for people that have been busting their rear ends for 30 years to really upgrade this neighborhood. And I'll give you an example. One of the things that that Royal Oak Storage did and the Mahmoods did is petition to have a truck route through what was now a residential neighborhood closed off so that they wouldn't have trucks going through the residential neighborhood. And I know GFL joined us. That's the type of adaptation that's appropriate for them to do. And I think WROK going in as a special land use or a special zoning district was an appropriate way to have this neighborhood evolve into a use. I don't think slapping this zone on here really helps anybody. And I was shocked, and Ed didn't know when he wrote the letter that this had a substantial component, really a primary reason as stated by the community development director, of keeping marijuana out of this zone. So the first time that we learned about that was in the June 9th meeting when it was stated, and I have the quote in my letter, that, you know, the primary reason identified this is that this would keep recreational marijuana out of this particular industrial zone based on fears that some people had on the planning commission, evidently, because this was asked for by planning and by the city, not by any affected people. Well, so I think we have to talk about that pink elephant in the room, if you will. So I did a little digging on that. And as you know, we had a purchase agreement, and Mr. Mahmood in his correspondence to the city indicated that we had a purchase agreement. But not knowing that this was trying to prohibit marijuana, we didn't put in the nature of the deal that we had. And that purchase agreement predates all of this. It's in February of 2020. The fact is that all of this is in the newspaper, and people are knowing that this is going into industrial zones in Woodward. And of course, we've been approached by somebody who's desirous of at least having the opportunity to come apply to you for having this use in the industrial zone. And I feel like if you do this action, you're cutting off a real opportunity that the city has to implement the voters' will in the 2018 referendum, because the voters clearly indicated, especially in industrial zones, that they were extremely, as I posted, high on marijuana. The fact is that not only did the precincts around this vote for recreational marijuana, including dispensaries, by almost 75%. Precinct 6 went for 78%. I mean, nothing passes by 78% in our way of government unless everybody really enjoys it and wants it. And then we did a survey, and that survey showed that the voters overwhelmingly favored marijuana dispensaries by 62% in industrial zones. They weren't asked whether they wanted them in which industrial zone. But I'll tell you, the voters closer to the northern industrial zone had a much lower approval rate of recreational marijuana. Those voters, and I think that the city commission is hearing this, precinct 24 only had a 64% vote for recreational marijuana, whereas you have 78% of the people downtown. And the shocker in that survey is that the majority, and it was a closer call, but the majority were okay with it downtown. So when I listened to the presentation by the planning director at the last meeting saying that the primary purpose of this is to keep marijuana out of this zone and away from downtown, I had to ask the question, why? Who are we protecting? The voters in this zone around this industrial use overwhelmingly favor recreational marijuana. And the voters that were surveyed overwhelmingly favor recreational marijuana dispensaries in industrial zones. And the voters even in the survey, in the scientific survey, commissioned by the city, not by an outside expert, clearly indicated that they were all right with marijuana downtown. So I guess the question is, we're going to upend the lives of people that have been working for 3 decades to improve an area of the city, that have paid over $5 million in taxes and bought their property and improved their property based on this zoning. And we're going to upend their lives so that we can prohibit a use that the voters overwhelmingly favor in this zone. And I'm sorry, it just doesn't make any sense to me. And we're going to go to an overlay use that allows single family homes right by industrial uses, which is pretty much the opposite of good zoning policy. The fact is that if you take this action tonight, not only are you punishing people that didn't ask for this action to happen and who now have businesses that are albatrosses, but you're keeping yourselves from looking at an application for a dispensary in a zone where the voters wanted it. You're keeping new investment from this zone. You're keeping yourselves from making a choice about whether or not there should be dispensaries. And more so, you're keeping the voters' intent in passing the 2018 marijuana referendum, you're keeping that intent from being realized because our voters said that they wanted recreational marijuana overwhelmingly. Our voters in a survey said where they wanted it overwhelmingly. And we're keeping them from having that 2 years later by doing this overlay zone, primarily to avoid getting an application, because that's what the planning director told you. He said the primary reason of this is to avoid getting those applications submitted. Don't we want new investment? Don't we want an application to be submitted? I mean, from what I read in the paper, there were over 100 public comments against having recreational marijuana dispensaries on Woodward Avenue. So it sounds to me like every one of those is going to be a huge battle if the commission even passes it and has recreational marijuana dispensaries in the general business zone. It sounds like to me that Chuck Semchina is going to be extremely fired up about preventing that, and it sounds like everyone's going to be a battle. You have an opportunity here through denying this poorly thought out plan. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be mean to Mr. Twain, but in not supporting this, you're allowing yourselves to see an application for a marijuana dispensary as soon as the ordinance passes. And then the voters will be able to access something that they overwhelmingly voted for a lot sooner. There's not going to be a huge battle over this in this location. We definitely need to talk to the condo owners about how they see that use, and we'll definitely reach out to them. But we're going to take a piece of property which is now extremely, basic, and somebody's going to invest millions and millions of dollars into it, and we're going to reap tax benefits from that due to the way the marijuana referendum was worded, and we're going to have a use that the voters want. So I think that if you don't want a marijuana dispensary in this particular industrial zone, the way to do it is just to see that application and deny it, not to impact an entire zone of landowners who have really worked for 30 years to really gentrify an area and turn it into a gem and to provide necessary industrial uses. As Mr. Collins said, you know, GFL has been a huge success story, which has allowed us and business owners, we use them, to store and recycle a great deal of stuff. And that's a green goal that we all need. These are industrial uses that we need that I think zoning away with this for the purpose of prohibiting marijuana is just really bad policy, folks. And I'd really urge you to vote against this and keep your options open to allow new uses. I appreciate your time today. I know that everybody is laboring under extremely odd circumstances with this pandemic. I know that you all spend a lot of time doing this. I appreciate greatly you allowing us to appear here. When I watched the last meeting, I really had to think that there were a couple of heroes there that would allow us to come and talk about this. So thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have concerning this, but I'm strongly urging you to vote against it because what it seeks to, the ill that it seems to seeks to prevent, I think is something you already have a mechanism to do if you don't like an application. And I think you're wading into a really bad area of policy from a planning commission by essentially saying, well, we don't want marijuana here, so we're going to disadvantage this whole thing. And then you're going to have marijuana in the northern industrial zone where honestly there's less support for it. So thank you very much.
Any questions for the petitioner from the commission? Anyone? All right, we'll bring it back to the commission then. Is there a discussion? I have a question for Mr. Twing, if I might. I recall, I hope correctly, the WROK property was actually zoned mixed use 1, and a petitioner came to us and asked for conditional rezoning. They had a project that they brought to us. There was actually a lot of opposition to it, but do I have that correct that it was mixed use 1 and then it was conditionally rezoned and it is now industrial? Yes?
Well, yeah, I don't recall exactly all the steps that WROK went through to get where they're at today under the conditional rezoning. I would point out that staff did give an updated letter to the Planning Commission based on your questions at the last meeting in regards to the impact of a rezoning that's been initiated at the request of the Commission and Planning Commission, and as well as the potential tax overlay that's the next item on the agenda. To correct some statements that have been made, none of these uses with the overlay district text would be treated as non-conforming uses. In fact, if you look at the staff report, most of the properties would not change the process they would have to go through to expand or do some of the things that have been brought up this evening. The Penske truck rental is considered a special land use under general industrial. It will be under the mixed use 1 with the overlay district. That is true of GSL environmental. It is currently a special land use and it would be under the mixed use 1 overlay district. So in terms of expanding their operation or doing something that would require further review by the Planning Commission in terms of future activities, the activity that they would have to go through does not change based on the proposal that's in front of you. That is also true of the 3 other properties that we've listed at 322 East Lincoln, 332 East Lincoln, and 309 East Hudson. All of those properties would see no impact based on the way that this was presented and put together in terms of the process that they have to follow. The only ones that have some difference we've identified for you, and 3 of those, one would be the WROK Brewery, because currently it is a conditional zoning. It has a conditional zoning agreement. That agreement would disappear, and it would be treated as a special land use permit. The benefit to them on that is it's a one-step process to the Planning Commission for a special land use activity versus amending the conditional zoning requires the Planning Commission action as well as going on to the City Commission for further action. Royal Oak Storage and the Verizon Wireless Communication Tower are the only 2 uses that would see some change depending on what their proposal might be in the future. Royal Oak Storage would simply need, if they wanted to expand, would need site plan approval under the general industrial. If you do the rezoning and do the text amendment with an overlay, it would require a combination of a special land use permit and a site plan review. And that's true of the Verizon Wireless Communication Tower if they wanted to expand the height of the tower. Simply putting new equipment on it would not change their status. So of all the properties that the Planning Commission asked staff to look at, those are the impacts of the rezoning from general industrial to mixed use 1 with an overlay and a text amendment. None of these properties would be treated as non-conforming uses. So all of those comments are incorrect. They would be able to continue. They would not have any issue getting letters from the city to say that they can continue. It's the same process that was done north of 11 Mile when a lot of the properties up there were rezoned by the city back when the master plan was redone and the zoning ordinance was rewritten, and a lot of the business multifamily uses in that neighborhood were rezoned to 1-family residential. So the outcome of that would be exactly the same. So I just wanted to correct those incorrect statements that have been made and outline the actual impact. So that staff report, and Doug did a nice job putting it together and looking at all of them and potential impacts on it. Whether or not the Planning Commission chooses to recommend rezoning to the City Commission or the text amendment to the City Commission is obviously entirely up to the Planning Commission, and staff put this together based on a request to do so. If you've got any questions of me, I'd be happy to try and address them.
I'm going to continue with my question because I want to focus on the WROK for a minute, because you said something there. Why is WROK even part of this? Because if they were mixed use 1 before, which I believe they were, and they got a conditional rezoning, wouldn't they revert to mixed use 1 if the condition were removed?
Again, I without going back and looking at their specific case, I don't know if they were probably a hybrid, because a big part of WROK is their distillery, which would be an industrial use. It wouldn't be a mixed use 1 use. So without going back, I think their conditional rezoning covered industrial uses as well. So without going back and looking at it.
Okay, well, that's something to consider. Just to follow up, I got another question here though, because I focused on WROK when I was analyzing this and thinking about it. When WROK came to us, there was a lot of opposition. It was a big hearing. I don't know if you remember that. But the fact is that they came into a mixed use 1, as I recall, and they said, we want to revert to, at least in part, industrial, and they were granted that conditional rezoning. So could not the same thing be done? Let's say that Royal Oak Storage received an offer from a marijuana dispensary, and they came in and they had a project and they came to the Planning Commission. Would they also not be able to request a conditional rezoning, and if it was an appropriate project and the commission could approve it? Is that not a process that is available to the property owners here?
I believe the the property rights to request a rezoning are available to all property owners in the city of Royal Oak. Whether it's WROK, whether it's any use, you have a right to request a rezoning. Whether that's granted or not is obviously up to the Planning Commission and City Commission.
Okay. All right. Any more questions for Mr. Twing? I'm sorry I hogged the time there. Questions for Mr. Twing from the commission, or questions from the to the petitioners from the commission?
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Twing. Based on the report, the staff report, I'm looking at the future land use map that shows I would say a majority of the area in question, the future land use to be mixed use, residential, office, institutional. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct.
And Mr. Twing, do you offhand know when the master plan was completed, or its most recent update, I should say?
Well, the most recent update was in 2017. I don't believe there's been any revision to this area of the land use designation with any of the amendments.
And do you recall the date of the original, or at least the year of the original master plan that laid out this future land use?
I believe it was 2001.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion from the commission?
Yeah, this is,
Mayor.
yeah, I just kind of want to reiterate a little bit about what I said the last meeting, and also take the opportunity to thank Mr. Hedges and Mr. Twing and the planning department for taking the time to do an impact analysis on the properties. I know that was a lot of effort, and it's very helpful for informing our decision. I want to thank the petitioners for being here today and kind of explaining their view and perspective of how this may or may not impact their interests and give some historical perspective. I just have the fundamental belief that when you do something, it's got to have purpose. And I think in this case, for me, I kind of understand maybe where we're coming from, but the reality is we're going to impact several businesses here. And if we're changing the status quo, to me, it has to be for a specific intent to change something or improve something for to me, a direct benefit to the community. And I'm not sure I see that at this time. I think this whole area here in the south part of town has naturally, our master plan said eventually, we want to move, 20 years ago to more residential mixed use, things of that nature. And it's actually evolved that way naturally without having to do overlay districts. And when changes come, we're able to evaluate those changes and negotiate those changes. And we've had some really good projects. Just recently with Mr. Wolfson, for example, we called a lot of shots as far as what we wanted to have happen with his property. We got some really good things out of it. And I think right now, keeping it, general industrial for businesses that have been there decades and changing the status quo, I have to say, well, why exactly are we doing this? I forgive me if I gave the impression, I don't think I did, that we were interested in cutting out any type of business, a marijuana business or anything from the general industrial zoning. But for me, that's not what this is about. I do, and I made the comment, I think I've talked to some others in the past, that we can take care of that in the licensing ordinance and all of that. So the purview as far as doing an overlay district for that, that's a whole nother conversation the city commission's having, that this planning commission has had, and what we do. But I'm trying to get to the merits of disrupting the status quo when I don't have, citizens coming with pitchforks and torches and saying, there's a real huge issue here. We have to change this. These businesses are, killing us and polluting us. I think they've done a pretty good job of keeping and making peace with the neighbors. And I think switching it, for reasons that aren't so clear to me, and at the risk of creating unintended consequences, seems a little unwise, especially when we've had a very strong history of this area naturally through the market principles and coming to us when they need something to migrate to where, our master plan has, positioned itself. So I guess I'm still struggling, and if I'm interested to hear what my colleagues think, but I'm really trying to put my finger on, what is the intention here, and why. I mean, to me, it's a tall order to disrupt the status quo if we don't have a clear and direct benefit as a community. So I'm interested to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Do any of the colleagues want to pipe up?
Yes, Mr. Chair. As the mayor says, I share his view that my thoughts and I've been inciting a discussion about this neighborhood actually for a couple of years, well before marijuana was even on the horizon, because I saw, as Mr. Klooster pointed out, the future land use plan, and we saw the changing nature of development in Royal Oak. That is, industrial uses were declining, businesses today are more information-based and less manufacturing-based. We see residential demand in this area, and so my interest in any rezoning or changes was to allow those different lighter uses in this zoning. So, I mean, I would throw this to Mr. Twing, and I'm going to ask him to perhaps riff a little bit here, but if we want to accomplish what I've just described and what Mr. Klooster pointed out as well, by allowing mixed use type businesses in here, office buildings, even residential, what will we have to do, or what might we do in order to accommodate that without these zoning changes?
Well, you would have to amend, if you're not changing the general industrial zoning, you would have to modify the text of that district to allow certain uses that currently aren't allowed in general industrial. Or you would have to rezone it to a district that allows where you would like it to go. General industrial has a list of permitted uses. It has a list of special land uses. If you leave it in that district, all of those could be proposed under that current zoning. Those that are not listed in there could not be proposed without pursuing variances from the zoning board in terms of use variance or some other procedure to go forth. So you'd have to modify the zoning ordinance in some fashion.
Well, thanks. That strikes me as a vastly simpler way of accomplishing what I want to accomplish, not necessarily that the other commissioners agree. They may have different views, but that would be a much easier way to accomplish my goals as opposed to the rezoning and the overlay district that we're talking about here. So
well, the only thing I would add to that, though, is if you change the general industrial, you're changing it not only for this area, but the area over on Campbell and 12 Mile and the area north of 14 Mile. It would change potential uses in all of those areas.
I guess I'm open to that discussion.
Right. So,
that's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I would like to go back to Mr. Casada's question about WROK. I was able to go back, pull the file up. It was rezoned from mixed use 1 to general industrial in order to allow the brewery operation, warehousing operation, which is the primary activity for WROK. Some of the other uses that are in their building, office, and even the restaurant, tasting room, are all permitted under general industrial. So that was the zoning district that they requested to go to.
Thanks for that follow-up. Any of the commissioners with comments?
I have a comment. Or where do you okay. Okay. No, so that's an interesting case with WROK because they requested to be in general industrial. I mean, when I see WROK, I think of it as a restaurant, and regardless of the fact that they have some kind of brewing going on, I don't even really think about when I see it. So that points to the fact, as has been my understanding with zoning, when you have a more a less desirable use, let's say, is general industrial that's considered dirty or whatever, that I always thought you could do something lighter in those zones with relatively easily. Anything that's going to be nicer and cleaner and whatever as far as, and so if we need to expressly add some functions, to your point, Shar, that we want to encourage that without having to do the overlay district, that seems like an easier way to do that. But again, my understanding always was, for example, in a business district, if you would like to have a residence, that's considered less intensive use. Therefore, if you choose to reside there, and we have some homes that are still in business districts where people reside in them as a single family, I always understood that was how the zoning was working, that things are not prohibited if they are lighter use than the zone requires. So it's surprising to hear about the general industrial saying that there are limits based on what's on the list. Anyway, that's interesting to me, but ROK is a good example. But theirs was in a more
the zoning
intensive.
ordinances generally don't pyramid everything from below into the next district. For the same reason you generally, and I believe Mr. Razor indicated, the same reason you don't pyramid single-family homes into an industrial district is you're going to generate potential complaints. Zoning ordinances generally don't pyramid everything into them. They establish a threshold, determine what is permitted and what isn't.
Other commissioners, Woody, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to say I appreciate Mr. Casada bringing up that point earlier about a conditional rezoning request really being available to any property owner at any point in time. And I've been kind of torn on this general topic for quite some time in terms of this overlay district, because the table that staff put together would make it seem that there's essentially very little impact to the existing property owners in terms of the processes that they would be subject to. At the same token, I look at it and say, well, if there's little change there, to the mayor's point, kind of if it ain't broke, don't fix it sort of thing. What is the net effect? What's driving the need for this change? I think if the concern is making sure that we still maintain a certain level of control over what types of uses go into that area, we have other methods and means to do that without necessarily, implementing an overlay district on these property owners. So I still sort of question the need for it. At the same token, I really appreciate the points that have been brought up in some of the discussion that's been had here.
Other commissioners? Remember, I can't see you guys. Don't see anybody waving their hand. Okay, well, I'll make a couple comments myself. All right, so I looked at this and I looked at the master plan as Eric did. It's very interesting because, in fact, in the master plan, there is an industrial area that was intended to remain. Well, that industrial area down there by Mr. Wolfson's project has pretty much been eaten up and now turned into residential, except for a small part of it. So that indicates that indeed the original plan, which would have had the area where GFL and WROK and Royal Oak Storage and the parking lot there, that's all supposed to be residential office mixed use. So it is evolving in that way. However, I don't see this as an issue myself with marijuana businesses. I personally think that area may well be a terrific area for somebody with a good project and a well-designed project to come in and put a marijuana business in there, either dispensary or something else in the future. But I don't see that as really the issue, because they can always come in, just like WROK did, and get a conditional rezoning. I think if we're gonna vote for this overlay, the benefit is not so much keeping marijuana in particular out, but keeping other industrial uses from this area that is heading already in the direction we want. I see there's a value in saying we're gonna put the overlay district there. We don't want, so it's not a matter of somebody selling and bringing in a marijuana, but if they sell and bring in a tannery or whatever else, or a machine shop or a laundry or something that maybe we don't want there. And so that's what we'd be protecting. And I guess my point of view is weighing that. Is it worth it to maintain this momentum and maintain control this way So anybody who wants to come in and doesn't want to do a mixed use has to come to the planning commission, has to have a project that we find is very beneficial and we're willing to grant the conditional rezoning. I think we would gain control that way. Of course, the downside is what damage are we doing, if any, to the property owners? We've heard their position on this, and we've heard Mr. Twing's position on this. It's a little hard to tell, quite frankly. If the cost and the inconvenience to the property owners is minor, and the control over continuing to move this section of this neighborhood in the right direction is beneficial, that's what the weighing has to be. Quite frankly, I take the whole marijuana thing and I put it aside. I don't think that's the issue. That's how I feel about it.
Mr. Twing, question for you. If the property owners of any of the current industrial uses were to sell their property to someone who wanted to continue as an industrial use, is that something that would the uses permitted under general industrial now continue to be permitted, or once that property changes ownership, then it would trigger some sort of special land use rezoning, etc.?
Well, the ownership doesn't matter. It's the use of the property that would dictate how it can continue. So if someone wanted to acquire it and continue it in the listed configured use, they would be allowed to.
Let's say, for example, GFL's recycling facility, if they sold that property and wanted to change it to one of the other permitted general industrial uses, then that would trigger a
well, generally speaking, as long as it's a less intense use or a similar intense use, it could continue, but it was going to go from a recycling center to, which is a special land use in general industrial. If it were to go to a permitted use, we generally would have no objection to that occurring. It's taking it to a less intense use.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just follow up and clarify that there's two different things, Mr. Twing. There's permitted uses and there's permitted uses that require special land use. So if somebody sold their property, I won't pick on anybody in particular, but one of the property owners in this zone sold their property to somebody who wanted to bring in a machine shop, which I think is a permitted use and not a special land use, they would have every right to do that, and the city would have not only no objection, they would have no right to object. Is that not correct?
Well, and again, as we indicated, the process would not change. So depending on what they're proposing to do, if it required site plan approval under general industrial currently to do something, the mixed use one is going to treat it in the same fashion, and they may have to get site plan approval. If it required special land use approval, it would require special land use approval. So I don't want to indicate that they wouldn't have something to do depending on what their proposal was. As the staff report says, it wouldn't change.
I'm really asking about the regulatory teeth that we might have. If somebody comes into an industrial zone, just generally with an industrial permitted use, they have a property right to do that. We can tell them they have to meet the setbacks. We can tell them they have to meet the site plan, but we can't stop them from building an industrial facility in the area if they otherwise meet the requirements, correct?
And I guess again, I will say, if it complies with all ordinance requirements, no, you could not turn their site plan down.
Right, and then if we do the overlay,
they still may need to get site plan approval, right? And they may have some conditions that the planning commission may put on that site plan approval, but they would still have to do that.
Yes, but if we put the overlay on, I'm just trying to get the benefit here that if we put the overlay on, it's mixed use one, and somebody comes and wants to put a machine shop in, we can say no because you're not conforming. This is my point, is that the overlay gives us that control to keep industrial uses out. It doesn't give us if we don't have it, we can't keep industrial uses out
Correct.
going forward. That would be the benefit, correct?
Correct. If you don't have a machine shop there now, you couldn't, if you rezoned it to mixed use one, you could not propose a machine shop there in the future without getting waivers and variances.
Okay, and I see that one of the petitioners wants to make a comment. Is there any other, before I call on you, Mr. Razor, is there anybody else who want to make a comment from the commission side?
Yeah, Ann, I just want to point a clarification along that whole line of discussion, just to make sure I understand. If we put the new mixed-use overlay and a current industrial company is currently functioning in something that's general industrial, but it's not in the mixed-use permission, and they sell it to someone and they want to continue the same business, I understand that they can do it because it's already being grandfathered into this new mixed-use overlay if we were to approve it. But what I didn't understand in that line of discussion was, could they have another general industrial use? I think I'm understanding from what Gary Casada is saying that that's the whole point of the mixed-use overlay, is we would prohibit another permitted general industrial without people coming forward to have to get special permission. Or are you saying that, Tim, that because they're grandfathered in as general industrial under this mixed-use overlay, they can still become a different kind of general industrial? I don't know if that was confusing to anyone else, but I just need that little bit of clarification.
Well, and again, we're trying to throw out scenarios, but generally speaking, if you're a special land, if you have an existing business, an existing operation, and you're a permitted use, you can sell it from yourself to the next person. If that next person wants to change it to another industrial use, and it's in the same intensity category, the same parking requirements, they're not adding on, generally those are all administratively approved. So, however, if they want to add on, if they want to do something different, then obviously they would have to come back through and get site plan approval. If they wanted to convert from a permitted use to a special land use, they'd have to go get that approval. So the intent of the overlay is not to preclude certain types of review and applications, and it's to try to take away any non-conforming status and to still allow them to continue. I think the best example for everyone to look at is the things that have occurred up on north of 11 Mile, where businesses have continued. They've operated. They've changed from one type of retail business to another type of retail business. Multifamily has changed ownerships. So it's the same activity. Now, if someone wanted to propose to put in, there's just again using that example that exists, if there were currently a triplex up there and they wanted to put 3 more units in it, they have a right to petition to do so, but they would have steps to go through.
Follow up to that? Ann, did you get your answer?
I guess I'm just not clear if the mixed use overlay is, as you're saying, Gary, provides a more stringent restriction on potential general industrial uses on current land, current businesses if the business changes. I understand that if we put the mixed use overlay, there's more restrictions if the business changes its type.
That's what I understand.
But again, from what Tim just said, I'm understanding that's not true, that if it's a general industrial now, even with the mixed use overlay, within general industrial, again, that recycling business could become a machine shop, and that's going to be just administrative and it goes straight through, even if we have the mixed use overlay.
That's not what I understand. So we do need to get that clarification from Tim. What I understand is the value of the mixed use overlay, or the overlay, is that we can say no to a machine shop going in where GFL is.
That's what I think I understand, but that's not what I understood when Tim.
Again, I guess the simplest way to think about it is it's currently a special land use. We want to talk about GFL, and it can continue in its operation as a special land use in general industrial or in the mixed use overlay. If GFL wanted to change into another industrial use that is a permitted use, we would let them because it's a less intense use of the property. If they wanted to change the recycling facility into a slaughterhouse and start slaughtering cows there and steers, then no, they couldn't. But that's true under the general industrial zoning. So my point is, putting them in mixed use does not change that procedural step.
I guess what I'm trying to do is identify the benefit of the mixed use one overlay, because there has to be a benefit, and I'm going to agree with the petitioners here. There has to be a benefit in order for us to do it. So I'm trying to get to the value of that benefit.
I think the discussion really is, and goes back to Shara's comment, is that do you feel this area should be zoned in general industrial, or is the mixed use district the one that you feel this area should be in? And the intent of the overlay is to not impact those existing businesses that have been here for a long period of time, to allow them to continue without the non-conforming status stigma, and let them go forth with those operations without that stigma. Generally speaking, when you do a rezoning from one district to the next, you don't put an overlay on it because it is your intent to get rid of those businesses in the short order. That wasn't staff's understanding when we were asked to look at rezoning this area from general industrial to mixed use one. So we drafted an overlay district that would remove that stigma in non-conforming uses. That's really the difference. If it was the Planning Commission's desire to actually get rid of those industrial uses, then you would not adopt the overlay district.
All right, the petitioner, Mr. Razor, was waving his hand earlier. Mr. Razor?
Thank you, Chairman. I have some questions for Tim because now I'm a little confused.
I'm sorry, but I don't answer questions. You've got public comment presentation, but this isn't a question and answer period.
Well, okay, then I have some comments.
I answer questions in the Planning Commission.
Okay, fair enough. So Tim said you don't permit single-family homes in industrial zoning districts, but that's what he's asking you to do, because mixed use one allows, as the first permitted use, all permitted and special land uses in the one family residential zone. So if you put this overlay there, somebody can build a single family home right next to a recycling center in a storage building and all the other industrial uses, which to me was a question I was going to ask Tim. Why would you want a permitted use in an industrial zone to be everything allowed in your one family zone? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Also, you can have two family dwellings, you can have senior housing, you can have single family attached dwellings, and you can have all uses permitted in the office service zone as permitted uses that the city has no ability to control. When somebody comes, you have to let them build a single family home in your industrial zone under this overlay district, which to me sounds like starting World War III for no reason. The other question I had is, or the other comment I had, is that I guess what I understand is that if you have a permitted use in your industrial zone right now, then you can switch to any other permitted use without going through a lot of hoops. But if you want to make your industrial building a more intensive use, you still have to come to the Planning Commission, because Chairman Quezada, one of your thoughts was having more control over more intensive industrial uses, and you already have that with the general industrial zoning that you have. You don't need an overlay zone to get more control so you don't have more intensive industrial uses. The other thought that I have is I believe, and it's been a while, but to rezone a property, to get a conditional rezoning, I think that takes a supermajority of votes, and it's a heck of a process. And I think a special land use permit takes a supermajority. So you're giving an extra step. I might be, from your facial expression, Chairman, I might be wrong about that. It's been a long time since I sat on the Planning Commission. I just am thinking that the admission is, yes, we're giving these existing industrial businesses a lot more hoops to jump through. And again, I don't know who asked for this, because certainly we didn't. I mean, if you want to have, we talked a lot when I was commissioner and a planning commissioner about involving neighborhoods and changes. And certainly this neighborhood hasn't been involved in the benefit that they would have from this change, and they're opposed to it. I can't understand, I can't even get past how mixed use one zoning, which incorporates single family as permitted uses. Everything in the single family zone is a permitted use in mixed use one. Obviously, that's not something that you want to put into an industrial, a general industrial zone. I mean, I think the discussion, honestly, and I wanted to ask Mr. Twing, how can you justify single family uses in your general industrial zone? I mean, that's like planning 101. So maybe the overlay zone shouldn't be mixed use one, maybe it should be something else. But if you're looking to advance this zone into something that's more compatible with what's around it, you got to harmonize these industrial uses with the uses that you want to get. And single family homes is not something that's ever going to harmonize. So thank you for allowing me to comment. I would have liked to ask some questions, but I do very much appreciate it. I guess I just got to wrap up by saying, you know, everybody's been a really good neighbor there, and this really cuts down our ability to adapt. You know, we just want to be good neighbors and continue. I mean, this is now the second generation of ownership with Ed Mahmood. They just want to be able to adapt and continue their industrial uses in the industrial zone, which, you know, if they would want to anything more intense, they have to come and ask you for it. But I don't think that this is a way for us to migrate into changes that we want. I think, like the mayor said, it's naturally moving towards the changes that we want. Why change the status quo when, you know, it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Mr. Conway. I would be very brief, and Mr. Razor stole my thunder. If it isn't broke, don't fix it. Quite frankly, I would submit that the burden should be placed on is to leave, not to approve the rezoning, to put the burden on those who want to come into the district through a conditional rezoning process or other way. I think the city would welcome any changes in the future as they have in the recent past, but not to put the burden on the current property owners. I understand that there is the suggestion that we would have an overlay district, but I can tell you from experience in other communities, when this happens, if 5 years, 7 years go by, people forget all the well-intentions that were done by the group that passed it, and they look upon the use, the industrial use, as not something positive. And it just causes difficulty. And it's not so much with the zoning as it is with the building department and getting things approved because of the non-conforming use status, even with the overlay district. So respectfully, we would request that the rezoning be denied. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion on the commission side? Is there a motion? Or other discussion?
I will make a motion to rezone from general industrial to mixed use one overlay per the parcel numbers listed under RZ 20-03-01.
Is there support? didn't hear any support. I don't know what people are thinking, but I haven't heard any support. So I guess since it's my first meeting where I'm chairing, what's the next step? If there's no support for a motion, then
Well, it fails for lack of,
motion, right?
that motion fails for lack of support.
Okay, motion fails for lack of support. I need to learn how to say that. Is there another?
If we don't act on this at all versus denying, I mean, this is kind of brought to us by staff versus a petitioner. So help us understand. I mean, if we do nothing, it goes away. If we deny it, it's the same effect, right? So I don't know. Can you help us understand that, Tim or Mark?
Well, generally, yes, and again, staff put it together based on the requests coming forward. If the planning commission, generally what you do with a rezoning or a text amendment is forward a recommendation to the city commission, either approve or reject or deny it. Given that this was a request from the planning commission, if you don't support it going any further, I guess there's no action necessary, and we'll simply drop it from further discussion and agendas.
So nobody would need to make a motion to take it off the agenda.
Well, it would be cleaner if you just simply said you appreciate the time spent on it and you're removing it from the agenda and don't see any need to proceed. But if you don't do an affirmative action or a denial action, there's no point in doing anything else with it. Again, we put it together based on a request to do so.
All right.
Motion, I think you can move on.
I think Ms. Beakey wants to say something, but she's on mute.
Oh, I can't see her, like I said. If you gotta unmute yourself, man.
And you gotta unmute yourself. There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm doing the opposite. I muted myself instead of unmuting myself. Sorry about that. I want to make a comment that listening to this discussion where I am right now is I feel like the intention to move towards this mixed use overlay or a mixed use district altogether may be something we want to continue to consider. And I like the idea of, again, a more neighborhood input, or maybe and again, we are something, the master plan, form-based code. There's some other issues we've talked about that I think relate to this. But as the mayor had suggested, if it's not broke, maybe don't fix it at this point. But I feel like because of this discussion, I do think it's something that in general is important that we continue to look towards as Royal Oak is evolving. And I have to say, I appreciate the robust discussion because I do think it's important to get better understanding of some of those nuances, again, both where we're going and how that zoning steers people. Anyway, and I would look to us to have similar discussions, maybe not with a specific case, but overall, and to think about how we can incorporate that into our overall meetings.
All right, any other comments?
Yeah, I would just add that I think, probably the most appropriate time to talk about this, and Commissioner Douglas has been an advocate for it, when, we can really sit down and go through the master planning process again. I know I'm getting high thumbs up there, and that might be, that's going to take a long time, and we can get input both from property owners and from everybody else and really understand the impacts. And I'll even venture to say, and I mean, this might be a little different, but the master plan was done 20 years ago. There's a lot of different types of manufacturing that take place today, like WROK, for instance. They're brewing beer, and maybe someone wants to make cheese or something like that. So I don't know that we necessarily want to write off industrial so quickly without really having a robust discussion on it. So instead of targeting this area, I firmly believe that we should just, take this into consideration in the master plan. 20 years have passed, and there's a whole different set of manufacturing. There's a whole different set of dynamics in that area and all over the city for that matter. And, we shouldn't bring this up at the planning until, we really talk about it in a bigger context of the overall city. And I would even say, I mean, let's not just be so quick to, kick out industrial zoning for the fact that there are other things that, we may want to consider as far as this area is concerned. So,
All right. Anybody else? I think that if I understand the direction of the department, we don't need to take a vote. We can simply move on. Is that correct?
Yes, this was your initiative in the sense of asking staff to put it together. If you don't want to proceed any further with it, we will simply remove it, drop it. It won't see the light of day unless you bring it back at some point in the future.
All right. Well, unless there's any other comment, then.
I do have one comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Sure. I do think it is important to acknowledge the staff's was in fact a request that came from this body. They did, in fact, the staff responded to that well. They were able to provide us with all this information to help this discussion. The fact that we're not taking any action, certainly isn't a reflection on anything that staff did, because I think they actually did an incredible job getting us the information to help. So I just want to acknowledge that.
Okay, thank you. And I agree. The staff did a terrific job there. There was a lot of data, a lot of discussion, and we do appreciate that. But if there's no other comments, we'll move on to the next item. Now we're going to new business. Ready? Thanks to the petitioners for being here, but you can be on your way. Thank you so much. Nice to see you.
Thank you. I'll see you later.
Thank you much, very much, everyone. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss this very interesting matter with you.
All right, new business. G1 is the site plan to convert the former one-story office. Tim, can you lead us through it?
Certainly. Well, the proposal in front of you is to, as you said, convert an existing one-story building that previously was used as office space into 8 residential units, into 6, excuse me. It is part of an overall complex on the north side of East 11 Mile Road. There are currently 2 other buildings on the site that are used as residential units. One has 2 units in it, and the other has 8 units in it. So with the total of this, there would be 16 residential units on the site. So you'll see the staff report indicates that the first item the petitioner would need would be a couple of the Zoning Board of Appeals applications or appeals. The first in regards to the property size and the density requirements in terms of the number of units that would be allowed based on the size of the overall property. The second is regards to off-street parking. The site that staff is treating, there are 17 parking spaces on that property. With 16 units, they would need a total of 32 parking spaces. I would point out that the adjacent property, which is also used to provide access to the property in question, has some parking on it too, and residential units as well. Since they're listed as individual properties, we've treated them similarly under that density and under that parking requirement because at some point in the future they could be effectively split off and sold separately. The second item relates to that. What it indicates is a suggestion that both parcels be combined. The other alternative here is that the parcel to the east grant access easement over the existing driveway to the parking lot that's to the north of the 2 buildings that front 11 Mile, if you've got the site plan in front of you. The other item is really in regards to setbacks. Planning Commission has discretion on those. The only item that's indicating there is rather than a 25-foot setback, the existing setback along the west building line, and again, it's an existing building, is some 9.85 feet. The fourth item is in regards to landscaping, and again, that's a discretionary item for the Planning Commission in terms of whether you think it's adequate. The petitioner is simply showing what's existing as maintaining that. You'll see areas on the site plan that are labeled grass. You will see a couple of areas where there's a couple of trees shown, particularly one large one just north of the parking lot. The other contingencies in the site plan memo are standard contingencies regarding lighting and compliance with building codes. That's all I have.
All right. Is the petitioner here?
Yes, Anthony Pecchia of Avenue 11.
Up here.
Bring us on this evening.
I'm sorry, you cut out there. Is Mr. Scheibel here as well?
Nope. Joshua Scherzer is here. I'm representing Scheibel Associates and NCS team.
Okay.
For the planners and designers.
Okay. Can you give us your presentation here, if you don't mind?
We'd be happy to. Thank you again. And thank you to Doug, Hedges, and the staff for the work up until this point. The building in question is located at 315 East 11 Mile Road. The building has existed in its present location for likely decades. We believe probably from the 1960s or 1970s. When our firm acquired the property around 10 years ago, the property was operating as an office, although the zoning is a multifamily residential zoning. So in about 2015, 2016, the tenant in the office space failed. And since that date, our firm has worked with several commercial real estate brokerages in order to lease out the space to other similar users. That attempt did not go as hoped. There was not a lot of commercial office tenant traction in terms of interest or signed leases. So during that time period, this property has remained vacant and has sat as such. We've had our eye on converting this building into its as-of-right zoning as multifamily units, given the rest of the property, as has been described, is currently multifamily. And it is always full. Residents love living in the property. Studios in particular fly off the shelf anytime there's a rare vacancy. And our current plan, as you can see in the packet, and we're more than happy to discuss that packet, is that there will be 6 new units, of which 4 will be the most in-demand studio floor plan, and there will be 2 one-bedroom units, which likewise are also in high demand. So our goal is to turn a property which has been vacant for, at this point, 4+ years into 6 apartment units, which we are confident will quickly lease and will allow the neighborhood to gain new investment and new residents in this area. And in spite of the coronavirus situation, we remain committed in terms of making this a reality. We're all lined up in terms of capital needed to make this happen. And this is important for us to be able to do this for this property. And especially given the location of this property, so close to all the new development in the Royal Oak City Center, the new police station, the new city hall, and the additional developments, we would be able, if granted permission to move forward with our plan, to turn a vacant building into a vibrant 6-unit apartment building, which we are confident will be a benefit to the community. Thank you.
Right, any questions for the commissioner from the, to the petitioner from the commission? Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I could have asked this of Mr. Twing, but I'll ask this Mr. Peccia. So the memo says there are currently 10 multifamily dwellings on the property, and the petitioner proposes to add 6 more. What 10 units are we talking about? Because there's the building under concern here. There's a converted house next to it with 8 units. Oh, I get it. And then the 2 units behind that.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, but then, so then my question is, the document or the memo also says that the property will be combined with 333 East 11 Mile. Do you own that also?
The same LLC does own it, and that was one of the points brought up by Doug Hedges and his team as a access, ingress, egress concern. We are open to discussing that, certainly. Our preference would be the flexibility in terms of financing and sale considerations to keep both parcels separate, retain the status quo. I think there was a discussion just earlier on this call in our time period about an easement, perhaps, as opposed to a combination. That would be certainly something that would be more welcome for us in terms of keeping flexibility for these 2 parcels.
Okay, that clears it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for the petitioner? Because I have one. I have to follow up. So you've seen these proposed contingencies, have you, petitioner?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess one of the questions I had was, are you willing to accept these contingencies? Sounds like you have an issue with one of them. Can you respond to that? Because these are the staff recommendations for contingencies, and if somebody wants to make a motion, they may well move with all the contingencies. So I'd like to hear if you have objections, I'd like to hear them.
Thank you very much. Yes, we do not object per se to any. The one, if we have an opportunity to discuss further, would be number 2 from the memo dated July 1st, which discusses combining the 2 parcels. If it is the position of the commission that that is a make it or break it item, we will not object. It is important to us to have these 6 apartments, and we believe it's the right thing for the property and the right thing for the neighborhood. So we will not object. We'll be completely and totally transparent in that. What I will say, however, if given the opportunity to discuss any of the points, that's the one we would appreciate discussing further, given the flexibility conversation about financing or sale, given the property is currently encumbered with a mortgage, and we can discuss that further if that is a point of concern. But to directly answer that question in terms of option A being a parcel combination and option B being some type of easement to provide access on the 333 East 11 Mile parcel, the easement would be our preference, and the easement had not been written in any of the documentation that we have received to date, and the easement, we first heard about it just now on this Zoom meeting, so that was welcome for us to hear that. But again, if it is a very important point that the parcels be combined, we will not object.
Okay. And you, just to follow up, I mean, I've been out to the property. There is a very, very narrow passage on the west side of the office building. That I'm assuming that's not used for access, or is it?
Oh, it is. Yes, I've gone in, accessed it from time to time. We know residents do from time to time. You're talking about the property in the driveway in between the subject property and the former Superior Fish.
Yes.
That is used. I will admit it is used far less frequently than the 2 curb cuts on the 333 East 11 Mile location, but it is not unused.
All right, Evan, I'm gonna ask a couple more questions here. So the drawings that we have do seem to say that the exterior, it doesn't show any improvements on the exterior. Are there gonna be exterior improvements?
What our goal was to take the building as it sat for decades and convert it as needed into these 6 apartment units. So the intent for the exterior is to add doors and windows where needed for access, for light, for ventilation, etc., and not to change anything else.
How about the door that exits onto the sidewalk to the south? I
Yes.
can't really tell what that is in your drawing. Is that are people gonna be exiting onto that sidewalk?
Allow me to explain. So on the south elevation, which fronts 11 Mile, currently as the building stands right now, there is a small 2-step up from the sidewalk onto a small landing stoop, if you will. And there's a door immediately in front of you as you walk up the stairs, and there's a door immediately to your left as well. That will remain unchanged, thereby utilizing the exact same door placement to access 2 new units. So in effect, it will be a townhouse effect and feel for those residents, if you will.
Okay, I wonder if you considered this. When I saw that personally, I said, wow, that is one narrow sidewalk where people come out. So if that's the access point, I mean, I actually had some fear for somebody coming out of there with their groceries or whatever, and 2 steps there, you get there's a car right there. Have you considered that at all?
We have considered that, and our conclusion to our thought process is that was the front door to the previous office tenant. When the office users, if you will, their clients, I think in fact it was a medical office use, so when their patients entered, that was where they entered from. They entered directly from that 11 Mile entrance, walked onto that stoop we discussed, walked in the front door from there, and there was the main lobby and waiting room right there. And that was how it was for many, many years, possibly decades. And we said, that's how it was. It creates this kind of townhouse urban feel, which seems to be fitting with the increased density of the downtown district. And we left it as is for that reason.
Okay. Well, I talked enough. Any other questions from the commission? Okay.
Yes, with the petition, can the petitioner tell me how many units are on the adjacent property, the 333, I believe it was, 11 Mile?
There are 30 units on 333 East 11 Mile Road.
30 units. And how many parking spaces do you have on that property?
That I would need to verify. Perhaps Josh has done the count, but it is adequate for a fully leased property. And in terms of that parcel and the parcel upon which the subject building sits, there is always available parking. I'm at this property very frequently. In fact, I lived here for a period of time, and the area behind the subject 315 building there's always available parking.
Okay. I was trying to do a quick count. It looks like it's approximately the same ratio, about 29 or 30 parking spaces. So you wouldn't be combining the properties wouldn't help your parking ratio any, as it looks like according to your plan, you're targeting about a 1-to-1 parking ratio as opposed to the ordinance 2-to-1.
Other questions for the petitioner?
Question for
I think I see a hand there. Yes.
Yep. Question for Mr. Twing. So kind of along the lines of what we were just discussing, he had mentioned that, and certainly the petitioner preference is to keep the parcels separate, and that's how staff treated them when doing their calculations. So with regards to item number 1 of the contingencies, do those zoning board items, and I think we just answered the one on parking potentially, do they essentially go away, or are they still zoning board items that would be required if the parcels were combined? Did the staff do any calculations to get a determination on that, understanding the petitioner still wants them separate?
No, we treated them separately because they are on separate parcels. The 30 units that are on the adjacent property and those parking spaces, I think Mr. Klooster hit it about right. There's probably 30, 34 parking spots indicated on that site plan. But we treated that as a separate piece because it was a separate piece, even though it's under common ownership. The only issue we saw between the two was access, and make sure that there was sufficient access. The driveway or the paved area to the west of the proposed 6 units isn't wide enough for two-way movement. So no, we did not count it as in terms of the lot coverage, or we did not include it in terms of a parking overall waiver, because I don't believe that would change anyways. What we've done from a non-conforming status for existing units would be only to address what the 6 new units would generate in terms of a shortage. So we wouldn't, even if the other parcels, the existing parcels were short, those exist, those have status. We'd only address the 6 new units, and that's how we've set this up.
All right. Other questions, comments by the commission? Looking around here.
Can I just make one small comment?
Yes.
Or maybe 2. I like the idea of this reuse and having these small units available. Again, it's a walking distance to downtown. It's bus access out going east, and well, there's decent bus access in this area. And with regard to that door being so close on the sidewalk, I too have concerns in that nature. And again, this is again for our future reference and thinking about, again, I think 11 Mile deserves to be slowed and narrowed, had the classic road diet. And again, where we have fast roads in places where we want it to be walkable communities, we have to think about sidewalk widths. And when we get to the point of a bigger discussion on those kinds of issues, it would be nice if the sidewalk were wider and the road were narrower in this kind of spot. But I like the idea of these smaller units being put in here.
Thank you very much.
All right. Is there further discussion, comments, or a motion?
I will move to approve the site plan with the contingencies listed, modifying contingency 2 to read, instead of being specific on combining the property, providing legal access to the required parking spaces.
For support?
Yeah, I'll support.
All right. Is there discussion? Not seeing anybody, so I'll pipe up real quick because I just want to pick up on what Ann said. Yeah, I don't know what the solution is to that narrow sidewalk there, but maybe for another day. I don't know if it's a road diet or some sort of barrier there, but that's in the easement. That's not for the petitioner. That's for the city, I think, to deal with. But anytime you have a bunch of people on the sidewalk and maybe coming out like that, I don't know what the safety measures that can be taken, but it seems like it's a very narrow sidewalk there. That's a separate comment. But anybody else? All right, not hearing any further discussion, I'm going to call for the vote. Mr. Mayor?
I vote yes. Good luck.
Ann?
Oh, sorry. Yes. I can't understand the difference between mute and unmute.
Yes.
Shar?
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right. Moving on to the next agenda item. This would be a site plan to expand, this is a project down at Main Street, south of Jim Brady's. And in this case, Mr. Twing and Commission, I have a conflict and I should recuse myself. Can I pass the gavel to Shar and let her take over? Is that something I can do?
Maybe you'd have a motion for the board to select someone, or
All right.
Make a motion. I move that Shar chair the meeting for this particular agenda item, given Commissioner Casada's conflict.
Whoa, Nellie.
I second if we need to. Mhm.
Yep.
Right. Any discussion? Let's call for the vote. Mr. Mayor?
Vote yes.
Ann?
Yes.
Woody?
Yes.
Shar?
No.
Eric?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Motion carries. All right, I'll see you in a few minutes.
So a little heads up here would have been nice. All right, so where are we? So this is the site plan to expand the warehouse for main floor covering. I will turn it over to Mr. Twing.
certainly. It is a simple request in the sense that the petitioner would like to propose about a 920 square foot addition to the southwest portion of the existing building on property that they currently own. There is also an existing residence, if you see the site plan, that's just south of the proposed addition and west of the existing showroom. The site's West Kenilworth and South Main. As a warehouse use, it requires one space for every 1,000 square feet. Given that the site has no on-site parking, they will be required to seek a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals for that one space to add the addition. That would be your first contingency. The second one really is to indicate that the refuse container and recycle should be in the location at the west end of the alley, just north of the site, pursuant to the license agreement that was previously approved there. Other than those two contingencies, it's standard contingencies regarding building permits and other city ordinances.
Thank you, Mr. Twing. Any questions by the commissioners for Mr. Twing? Ms. Beakey.
I just have one question. So with the residents that's right there, was there any discussion with them, or are they coming into agreement? Does this require a public hearing, or what's because that's the only, those are the only people that are really directly impacted, right?
Well, the residence that's just south is owned by the petitioner, and I believe they rent it out to the occupants.
Oh, I see. Okay.
There is no requirement for a public hearing on this or notices to be sent because it is a permitted use and a simple addition to an existing facility. There will be notices sent out in regards to the Zoning Board of Appeals action for the one parking space.
But the one space is the only issue.
That's the only issue.
Okay, thank you.
Obviously, the Planning Commission, again, has discretion on setback items and landscaping. But they're simply proposing to keep what's there.
This is what you get.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Twing? Mayor.
Yeah, just maybe, if I remember correctly, did this property have some parking issues, or it has some parking spots that are leased by the city in this area? Can you Do you have any history on that? Kind of remind the board a little bit about.
Certainly. Several years ago when the city redid South Main Street and put in streetscape along both sides of South Main, basically from Lincoln to the service drive, the city put in, obviously, the full height curb, landscaping, and some other improvements. As part of that, there used to be an old curb cut in front of the existing showroom that allowed cars to come up and park in front of the facility and back out over the sidewalk. Those were all removed when the streetscape was put in because they did not comply with city codes and were considered unsafe in terms of backing over the sidewalk. As part of that, the city did install some signs in regards to the parking along South Main that's in front of this facility that indicates their use or restriction for this business during normal business hours.
Is that it, Mayor? All set? Any other questions for Mr. Twing?
Yes, I'm just looking for a clarification. The single family residence is on the same property as the proposed warehouse. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
This area is zoned mixed use, so it would be allowed.
Okay, anything else for Mr. Twing? If not, I see the petitioner present. Mr. Hill?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, what questions might you have for me or describe what we're doing? Jeff, would you like to take this?
Yeah. Okay. For sure, Scott. Good evening. I'm Jeff Klatt with Krieger Klatt Architects, 2120 East 11 Mile. Thank you for your time this evening. We know you have a long agenda, so we'll keep our presentation short, and then we can answer any questions. We can also address those 7 contingency items as well. One thing to point out, though, is that we did receive Zoning Board of Appeals approval last Thursday, unanimous approval. Mr. Hill obtained 9 to 10 approval signatures, walking the neighborhood. So we had full support, and we did receive that zoning variance last week. So like I said, we have a brief presentation. I believe I can share my screen. If you have a few seconds here. Can everyone see the screen?
No.
Oh, I have to hit the share button. You'd think after all this time I could figure out Zoom.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. 1 second here. So as was mentioned, the property is defined by that yellow dash line. We're bound by Kenilworth and South Main Street. So we are zone mixed use too. We do contain, the unique thing about the property is that we do have 2 buildings on site. One is the main floor building and the other is the single family home, which Mr. Hill owns both. Both are permitted by use. These are just some existing photos of the facility, which I'm sure you're all aware of. This is a view along Main Street. This is a view along Kenilworth to the north. The great thing about this photo is it shows that this house really conceals that warehouse to the back. You can see that little sliver between the 2 buildings. That's the warehouse, but it's primarily concealed from public view. This is an image from the rear yard of that home. That wall that you see is the existing warehouse wall, and that'll move forward about 20 feet. In this last image, this is a view of the existing alley. This is a view from Main Street to the west. It just shows that the existing trash receptacle we have on site is concealed by the fence with the vinyl slats. From a site plan standpoint, the existing building is indicated by the yellow shading. So we have about 2,100 square feet of existing warehouse and about 5,200 square feet of existing showroom space. The blue shading, that's our proposed addition. It's about 20 feet deep, 920 square feet. And then that existing residence is defined by number 3. So one thing, that's one of the contingency items, is that we did plan that addition properly. We did allow for 20 feet of separation between the new addition and the existing residence to comply with the building code. That just means that that'd be the northern face of that home. We don't have to make any modifications for fireproofing. We can keep the windows intact, keep the facade intact. From a parking standpoint, we do have the parking on site. And I think it was alluded to at one point, Mr. Hill did have more parking, but the city right-of-way improvements took some of that parking. I apologize for the orientation. It's a little bit different from the site plan, but this is the floor plan. So again, the light shaded gray, that's our showroom. The dark gray shade, that's the existing warehouse, and the yellow is the new addition for the warehouse. This image here is very similar to that photograph.
Sorry, was that?
Yeah. Anyways, the yes. Yes. Hello? Hello?
You hear me?
Hello? Am I still on? I'm not sure where the music came from. That's not me. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Anyways, the image that we have on the screen is very similar to that photograph that I showed before. That yellow dashed line represents the profile of that existing home. And as you can see, it really conceals that warehouse to the back from the public view. Again, this is just another aerial view showing how that home conceals that space to the back. That's really it for our presentation. You know, we do hope that you can approve this very modest warehouse expansion. It'll give Mr. Hill more flexibility, maneuverability, and just extra storage space within his warehouse. From a contingency standpoint, we don't object to any of the items. As I mentioned, item number 1, we did receive that approval. But item number 2 mentions the waste receptacle. And per conversation with Mr. Hedges, I understand that per an agreement, the waste receptacle needs to be located at the very western edge of the alley. The only problem with that is, per Mr. Hill's discussion with his waste management company, they can't get to it because of the overhead lines that crisscross the alley. I can jump back to a previous slide here, or previous image. There's wires that crisscross the alley, so they can't service it when it's pushed back like that, so it's kept more in the foreground. But as you can see, if we can agree to keep the gate closed, and I believe that it shields it from sight. So again, that's the only item that we'd like to discuss, but we'd agree with all the contingency items. And with that, we can answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for the petitioner? I can't see everybody, so I'm sorry, Mayor, yes?
Yeah, maybe Mr. Hill could just give us a little bit of the nature of the warehouse and the hardship and necessity to have it expanded. Is business up, or what's the situation that helps understand the hardship for the petition?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so the nature of our business has changed pretty dramatically in the last 5 to 6 years. One, we've grown over the last 10 years, but also our product mix has changed from predominantly carpet rolls to a lot of hard surface. So it requires a lot of pallets that are coming and going, hardwood flooring, vinyl tile, ceramic tile, and it's just a different mix of product. Trying to put in racks that I used to have to handle carpet rolls are too deep to handle that type of product. I have to have that mix of both products now, and that's what we really need that additional space for, just to free some of that up. And also we have a cutting machine to facilitate cutting of carpet when we do have it, and that takes up a lot of room in an access point off the street. So our hopes was with this improvement, we could move that into the back area and free up a little space for moving carpet and products in and out from Main Street.
Okay, thank you.
And all set, Mayor? Anyone else with questions? I can't see everyone in this view, so sing out if you'd like to speak. All right, hearing none, I'm going to ask Mr. Klatt to take back his screen sharing and move this back to the commission table to see if there's a motion. Anybody?
I'll make a motion. I move to approve SP 20-07-13 plan for 1224 South Main Street.
Thank you, Mr. Gantine. Is there a second?
Support.
Second by Mr. Klooster. Any further discussion on this? Mayor?
Yeah, I'll just say the accommodation seems reasonable. The fact that the property owner owns the home, I think that was my main concern coming into this. And it's relatively screened. I mean, I think there's some risk down the road if the owner wanted to tear down that house and, you know, do something there, but I don't know if that's in their interest, but they would have to come back and, you know, get approved, everything like that. So I still think that it's makes sense, the reason, the hardship. So I'll be supporting it. I'm glad the business is doing well. And that even though there might have been some concerns about the streetscape, I just have to compliment. I think that the building looks beautiful in the front and very inviting. And you know, I think you know, I'm glad your business is you know, continuing to do okay. And I wish you the best, especially.
Thank you.
If I may, I guess the one issue the petitioner brought up was the placement of the refuge container or trash receptacle at the west end of the alley, or where it's closed. And that was approved at that location under a license agreement with the city. If the planning commission doesn't object to it being moved forward, there would only be two issues that I'd like to verify before that occurs. One is whether a modification to the license agreement is necessary, and two, whether there's an exit from Jim Brady's to the north that is impacted by putting that screen fence up where it's at from a building code, fire code issue. Other than that, if the planning commission doesn't object to the location the petitioner is asking for, item 2 would need to be modified slightly.
I don't object to the location, provided that it's screened appropriately.
But Mr. Twing, you'd be looking then for a motion to amend the initial motion to say that exterior waste receptacles shall be placed as the planning department determines?
Yeah, and we can talk about it when we get further in the agenda under Robert's Rules Small. I don't believe there's a need for a motion to amend the original. I think if the motion maker and the supporter are amenable to modifying the original one, we're good to go. But however the planning commission would like to proceed, that's fine with me too.
Gentlemen, what say you?
Okay with modification.
Okay. I am as well.
Good, thank you. Any other discussion on the motion, Mr. Twing? Are we clean on everything else?
We're good.
Okay, I'm gonna call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Oh, I'm sorry, roll call. Looking at my screen, I'm gonna start with Ms. Beakey.
Yes.
Mr. Gantina.
Yes.
Mr. Klooster.
Yes.
Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Wonderful, thank you.
Motion carries. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank
Gary,
you.
Gary, the gavel is yours.
And thank you for your swift action there. All right. Next agenda item, I believe, is, let's see, is it, it's G3. So that's the public.
Okay, good.
Public hearing, yes?
Jeez.
Tim, why don't you start us off?
Oh, no, that's all right. That's
Mr. Hill? There we go.
Okay, and we may just, we may have some public comment when we get to that part of it that Carol will have to play. Just so you're aware of that when you get there, Gary. This is a request to rezone a piece of property on the northwest corner of North Main Street and Austin Avenue from neighborhood business to planned unit development. The petitioner, it's the current site of the house on Main, kind of an antique store. The petitioner is proposing to demolish the existing structures and construct a 3-story, 8-unit dwelling unit. The ground floor would have parking on the majority of it, other than a lobby area in the middle of the building as it runs east-west. The west end of the site, about 14 feet, would be set back, and that area would house the dumpster enclosure as well as some landscaping.
All right.
Well, the rest of it, I guess, is the parking is complied with in the sense that there are 16 spaces provided for the units. There are some deviations that are listed in the report that the Planning Commission would have to consider. Basically, as you see the plan, there are 2 driveways that lead out to Austin. The site clearance on those, the issue there would be the site clearance triangle. There is also a provision in the ordinance in regards to the maximum facade heights to width ratio that requires a 1:3. The petitioner is proposing 1 to 0.345. Also in neighborhood business, the underlying zoning, ground level parking along the major street frontage is an item that is generally not accepted. Third, the other deviation would be the maximum height of the building allowed at 30 feet. The petitioner is proposing 40. Then the landscaping item, there is a requirement for 10%. The petitioner is proposing 3.25, and again, that's in the west area of the site plan. The driveway widths as they leave the property are 10 feet in width. The ordinance requirement for 2-way movement is 20 feet. And then the last one, as far as a deviation, is the minimum maneuvering aisle. It's generally supposed to be 20 feet. They are proposing 18 feet, 10 inches for the aisle in the west parking area as it measures out. So those are the deviations that the Planning Commission would need to consider under this proposal to planned unit development. You do have discretion to recommend those going forward. The other option that I would indicate is you do have the ability to either approve this on a preliminary basis, and the petitioner would then have 6 months to bring any revisions or additional information back to the Planning Commission if there are things you need to have them address and you want to see. Or you could, if you wanted to approve it as a final approval, and then that would be with a recommendation to the City Commission, and then it would go up to the Commission for consideration. That's all I have.
Okay, just a clarification. So this is a PUD plan and a site plan, and we, in order to for this to go through, it has to go through the City Commission. So at the end of the day, either today we're gonna make a recommendation to the City Commission or deny it, or we can put it off. But we have discretion to approve some of these deviations, but they still have to be it's a recommendation to the City Commission, right?
Yes, as a rezoning, ultimately this will go up to the City Commission for final action. You have the ability to recommend approval of some of those deviations, and if you recommended approval of some but wanted some to be addressed, you may approve it preliminarily and have the petitioner bring a revised plan back to you in 6 months. Within the next 6 months. On the other hand, if the plan is acceptable to you with all the deviations and you want to recommend approval to the City Commission, you could approve it as a final PUD with a recommendation of approval. So depending on where the Planning Commission wants to go with the review of this plan submission, you've got an option to either do it as a final PUD to the commission or a preliminary that would come back to you.
Okay, and this is a public hearing, so sequentially, if I remember correctly, we're going to listen to the petitioner, and then we'll have public comment, then we'll have commission discussion. Is that correct?
That's correct. Generally, you have staff's report, questions, and then the petitioner, and then the public hearing.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Twing from the commission? All right. Is the petitioner here?
Yes. Can you
All
hear me?
right.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. You can introduce yourself and give us your presentation, please.
Yeah, my name's Chris Brokavich. Also, Chris Long is here. He's the architect. I'm the builder. Little bit of backstory. I've been working in Royal Oak for probably the last 15 years. I'm a builder. I've been developing the site on the Longfellow Elementary site. And at the last stage of that development, which is primarily single-family homes, we did a 3-building condo development, 4 units each. The project was successful, and so from that we decided to try to find another location, another site where we could do more of that. And we found this site, which was appealing to us because of the location and on Main Street, having the grocery store across the street, other businesses, the walkability of downtown. So I partnered with Chris Long, the architect, and we came up with this idea with the parking on the first floor and then 4 units per floor. Each unit's 2 bedrooms, 2 bath. And that was more or less yeah, and it was, we had talked to the city about the possibilities of this project, and they had, Joseph Murphy had given us a link to TMA report that you guys had that there was a missing in the middle kind of component to the housing. There was a lot of single family homes and there was a lot of large buildings, but the city was kind of in need of smaller projects, 10 units or less, kind of like this development.
All right. You want to tell us about why you what you've done here and why you need the deviations, maybe?
Chris, you want to talk about that?
Sure. Good evening. My name's Chris Long. I'm the architect for the project. The site, as you know, is fairly small. It's 50 by, I think, 150. And we think it's well located at the edge of a neighborhood. It's Austin and Maine has a street light. There's a crosswalk with a signal as well. It's, like I said, it's a neighborhood. And to Chris's point, we were looking to do something that's modest in scale and does serve a missing component in most residential areas. The units are basically between 1,200 and 1,500 square feet. We're trying to keep it residential in character, even though it is, contemporary. We've tried to keep it looking like a residential building. The first floor ideally would have had a retail component to it. The site is actually compromised, as is the building compromised, by the DTE pole that runs to the west of the property. DTE, which is always an interesting entity to deal with, has a guideline of 15 feet minimum from their wires, which is how we got the 15-foot rear yard setback, which serves us as well, by the way. But that is the reason there is no retail on the first floor on Main Street. That would have been our preference. So we're battling that, certainly. Beyond that, it's a pretty simple, straightforward program as far as the building components go.
Kind of materials are we looking at here?
The base of the building, which I can't share my drawings on the screen, but the base of the building is to be a cast stone material. In other words, to look like limestone. The belt line that separates the limestone base with the 2 additional stories is separated with a steel channel. And above that channel is going to be brick, masonry brick. The cladding in between windows and such is just a simple composite metal panel. The parapet is intended, in the report, the planning division report says the building roof height is 40 feet. We have a 2.5, I think 3.5 foot high parapet, which is meant to screen the mechanical equipment that will be on the roof. The base of the building, which is again the parking, is, relates to the upper levels architecturally. It will be screened. In other words, we have to provide free airflow between indoors and outdoors, so you will be able to see somewhat into the parking level. So, other than that, I guess I'd like to answer questions.
All right. Do we have questions for the petitioner from the commissioners?
Mr. Chair. Gentlemen, would you tell us more about the ground floor east facade materials? I mean, you spoke of airflow. What have you got there?
It would be a metal screen. So it not being windows. I mean, they certainly could be windows. I'm not so sure that would serve an architectural purpose other than to screen further the cars, which we're of course willing to do. But the idea again is to provide airflow. So we're talking about a metal screen that is high quality, probably be stainless steel, in all of those openings, all the way around, both east, west, and the south facades.
Have you contemplated anything more visually interesting? It's been our goal in developments around town to preserve to the extent possible interest on the street, pedestrian engagement, and I wondered if you'd contemplated anything more engaging on that corner than metal screening.
I'd be looking for that idea if you had one.
I think that's your department.
It is our department. At the moment, again, there's not a whole lot of opportunity just because we're, pushed up against the lot line at the east facade. Be happy and willing to try to do something with that as well. I mean, it's not something I'm terribly happy with at the moment. So yeah, I'd be happy to work towards some other way to articulate an interesting facade at that level.
Okay, we'll return to that subject. Thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead. Is that Ann?
Yeah, it's Ann. I looked at this closely earlier, and unfortunately you can't project the pictures and I can't get them to open on my phone while I'm using my computer for the meeting. But from my memory, I guess I'll express it as a concern and then a question. I'm concerned that this, the way it's designed now, has far too little setback from the sidewalk, and far too little green on the site. I appreciate very much, looking towards some more housing along Main Street. I think it is appropriate to a certain degree to shift from a neighborhood business, again, to a housing situation. But as it is, I think the form of what you've presented today to me is too big for this site, in the sense that there's not enough setback, both from a sidewalk perspective, from a walkability perspective. Again, Main Street, like 11 miles, another 2-lane both way street that if you're walking, you need some cushion from the street itself. And so I guess, have you considered a smaller development on this same place, still getting at housing, but not nearly at this kind of form? That would be my question.
Well, the answer to that question is, it's got a couple of components to it. In an urban environment, you obviously try to create a street wall, and that street wall is defined by the property line in most cases. The building to the south, and actually most corners of the downtown and the CBD buildings, do go right to the corner, both on the main facade and the side street facades. So it would be kind of an odd condition to have a building not go to the corner in most cases, because again, that defines Main Street. Main Street USA, but also the side streets. The sidewalk on the east side of our building is actually fairly deep. I don't have the dimension at hand right at the moment, but it is an unusually deep sidewalk. Granted that the sidewalk to the south along Austin is, the building is again at the property line. So, and
well, two things. Number one is I do agree on typical main streets, USA built, especially the ones that are pre 1920s. Yes, the buildings went up to the street, but the streets were narrower, number one. And number two, we were surrounded by a lot of open spaces. And I think in this current environment, both due to heavier rainfall, flooding, a lot of other issues that we face, air pollution, our Royal Oak air pollution, we have a lot of unbreathable or risk days that are going up. And so while that has been the norm, I think when we get into new construction, something like this, I think we have to protect our buffers, both from our residential homeowners that are behind, but also from the street. So again, that concerns me about the way this is presented as now in terms of its form and in terms of that particular space. In our neighborhood businesses, different than the central business district, our setbacks are bigger. Tim can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a neighborhood business area, not the central business district, which ends at 11 Mile.
I understand.
Yeah, I have a question for the petitioner as well. Can you speak to the target demographic for these residential units and how it relates to your marketability around parking?
Well, I recently, this is Chris. I recently had a project on 11 Mile, and we had 12 units there. Each unit was about 1,400 square feet, so it's probably a similar size product. There we had one garage parking spot underneath the building, and then we had an additional spot inside an open parking lot. And there was a mixed bag of demographics. We did have some people one building has people that are in their 70s and older. And then one building has people probably in their mid 30s to mid 40s. And then we have another building with a mix of 30s and 40s to, there's a couple guys that are in their early 20s. So I would think that this would probably be a similar demographic because Royal Oak doesn't have like one type of buyer. I think there's a mix of people. Some are empty nesters, and then some are young professionals that are just coming out of college, or maybe this is a first home kind of situation or second.
Okay. I guess my question is, do you see these units being marketable with fewer than 2 spaces per unit? Right now you have 8 units and 16 spaces per the ordinance requirements. Do you see a marketability problem going with fewer parking spaces per unit?
It seems like the trend that I've seen is that most buildings have less than 2 per unit. So I think at 2, it's a nice change. So I don't see it as being a marketability issue having only 2 parking spots per unit, especially when there's 2 bedrooms per unit.
Would you market it?
I guess my question is more focused on could you sell these units with fewer parking spaces? I think we've as a board we've been pretty consistent in trying to promote walkability, and ground floor parking on Main Street is not a use that supports that. And our ordinance is pretty clearly designed to not encourage ground floor parking on main streets and other active commercial corridors. So really the question is more focusing on, can you potentially reduce parking and still have a marketable development in order to get some retail, commercial, some sort of pedestrian activating use on Main Street, and still sell these residential units that you have above?
I think even if we were thinking about doing like a retail space in the front, but I think the size of the retail space kind of only made it small enough to where, and then the off-site parking situation may have been an issue for the neighbors. So we kind of felt like having more spaces would not infringe on the neighborhood. And then having a retail space would take up more of the spaces in the front of the building. And so we kind of thought that if we did do the retail space in the front, that we'd probably make it like the buildings down the street into something like a fitness center for the use of the people in the building, or some kind of common area for the use of the people in the building. Just because of the size of the lot. It's not that big of a lot.
Other questions? I see a hand there from Woody.
So I recognize that the site itself is pretty challenging. My preference also would be to preserve some sort of retail on that first floor because, as Mr. Clues just said, parking on that first floor, especially on Main Street, is just not really what we want to try to encourage. One question I do have, though, as planned unit developments come before us, part of the trade-off is to be, a community benefit that is received in exchange for improving the project itself. I don't necessarily know that in the presentation that you presented and the information we've been provided that it's been highlighted as to what that community benefit actually is. Or is proposed to be. One of the areas that I would like to focus on is sustainability. So the question I have to the petitioner is there any sustainable amenities to the property that are planned or proposed? And if so, could you maybe touch on what they are?
There are no sustainable items contemplated at this moment. That's not to say no. It hasn't actually been studied.
All right. Other questions from anybody? Commissioners? I got a few. I don't see a hand up right now, so I'm going to go ahead. All right. First of all, the building, I would just make the comment that I actually like the look of the building, and I also understand based on the design why you have the 10-foot exits, because they're in conformance with the lines on the building. I do have to say that I'm a little bit concerned about the lack of green space. I know there is some on the south side. If you look right across the street at the hair salon there, they're right to the lot line on Main Street, but they have landscaping, a small landscaping on the north side. So that's something that I think that there has to be some more interest or some more, we have to address the frontage on Main Street, which is going to be a first floor that is parking. That's been raised several times. I think that's something that needs some more study. I do feel this way about the retail. If you put retail in there, all you're doing is create a situation where you need more parking. So I'm not sure, we've faced that a number of times on this commission. I'm not sure that that can work here. You did mention a communal space. That might be something to look at. I noticed that you have a basement. What are you doing with the basement? Is that storage, or is that going to be part of the project?
That is part of the project. It's a little bit of storage for the residents. It is for, the fire pump. It's for mechanicals, basic stuff.
Fire suppression.
All right. And the last question I have is, right now you've got 0 windows on the north facade. Is there a reason for that? Tell me about that.
The community development review requested that we remove the windows.
Oh, because that's not your property to the north.
Correct.
The building code isn't going to allow them to put any openings on the property line.
Okay, I got you.
We originally did have windows.
All right, I understand. Okay, I guess those are my questions and comments. Are there other questions for the petitioner?
Yeah, this is the mayor. Just a quick question, kind of going off what Mr. Gantina was saying. From a stormwater management perspective, have you, and I apologize if I missed it in the plan, have you done any before and after calculations to help us understand if this project contributes more or actually reduces the amount of stormwater, even through detention, into the stormwater management system?
We have not done a study on that. We do understand that that needs to be done.
Okay, because one of the things very important to me, I mean, we just saw it last week, we're having these rainstorms now that are, much more intense than what they were before. And I think that, we talk about green space, but, we talk about density. Density's good. But, looking at features such as green roofs, other green space, bioswales, things of that nature, not just to retain water, but to and delay its distribution into the system, but actually get it back into the ground. We're finding that is a inexpensive and more proper way to manage stormwater, both for environmental reasons, but also to prevent backup floodings and those issues for the surrounding neighbors that could, depending on the storm management system, there stretch for a quarter mile.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. We need to address it. It will.
Other questions for the petitioner?
Yes, has a traffic study been conducted for the site?
It has not.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, I have a question for Mr. Twing. Okay, do we have public comment that people want to weigh in or
I would ask Carol if she's got any calls that she needs to play.
Yes, there were 4 public comments on this public hearing. I will play those for you right now.
My name is Joseph Gabriel. I'm calling on public hearing SID number 25-16-429-010, specifically the rezoning of 803 North Main Street, formerly the House on Manatee Store, from a neighborhood business to a planned unit development or PUD. As a resident on Hudson Avenue for the past 5 years and Royal Oak for over 15, I was disappointed to receive the letter discussing the rezoning of a neighborhood business to accommodate another planned unit development or PUD. Hudson Avenue is already a busy street, swarming with speeding cars, making it dangerous for the neighborhood children to ride their bikes. When not used as a raceway, Austin provides overflow parking for the middle school, where cars parked illegally pack the street and block driveways. I'm certain that the proposed PUD would only accentuate these already alarming issues. I'm skeptical of the number of PUDs and luxury condos the city has added in the recent years. I would very much prefer that the commission turn its attention to the retail issues in our city. Find a way to help local businesses in Royal Oak thrive, at the very least, stay in business. Bring more retail and shopping to our city. Fill the abundance of retail vacancies rather than rezone them to add more traffic and make our neighborhood more dangerous. Thank you very much.
Mr. Salter, I'm calling about the 803 Main Street. Again, zoning changes are being considered. Don't we have a master plan? Based on many types of changes that have been considered or fulfilled lately, I wonder why existing zoning has any function. I don't doubt that some would like to continue to add darkness to Main Street and others in the downtown area. How many more PUDs will we be seeing? PUDs are common in Northville, Canton, and other communities. They generally consist of large acreage, high-density developments consisting of cookie-cutter homes, sometimes including commercial areas. These PUDs were developed from vacant land or prior farms. We already have some cookie-cutter homes here, once a city known for its character. How many more PUDs will you be considering? The development on a site of this size will please your desire for density. It will remove the existing relatively congruous appeal of this area of Main Street. How will this affect traffic and parking? Will residents find more parking on their adjoining streets when some units may have 3+ occupants and guests don't have a parking lot? Assuming minimal setbacks, What is the quality of vision for Main Street drivers and bicyclists? And don't forget school traffic. This developer may want to search to the south of town, where we already have developments with similar density. Thank you.
I'm calling for a public hearing for address 803 North Main Street for the 8-unit condo proposal. My name is Thayer Asaf. Me and my wife Janelle own Nafas Fitness and Yoga, which is neighboring to this site. We're at 811 North Main, Suite 101 and Suite 104. We are already capacitated with the parking. We have issues with the parking constantly. Us and Bianchi Salon are always trying to help each other with the parking. However, it's been an issue for a long time where people even park on the street, and we've had residential people complain about it. So if this takes place, it's going to be a real big issue, especially with us not being in the downtown district, which basically says that there isn't an ample parking for any new project. And there's going to be issues where people might start parking at the Hollywood Market across the street, or take up more of the street parking, which there really isn't much available. Usually they're pretty full as well. So me and my wife feel like this is just not appropriate for that site. Thank you.
My name is Marnie Therian. I'm a resident on Austin Avenue, and I'm calling about the rezoning of parcel number 251642905, located at 830. I'm going to oppose this proposed rezoning and redevelopment of this property. Currently, this location is the site of a single low-impact neighborhood business. It's an old home with a parking lot that's open during normal business hours. When this neighborhood business zoning was granted, it's an old home. Although you don't need to have maximum density, there's no maximum density. There's one single home with a parking lot that multi-residential location with no realistic setbacks, unsafe traffic flow on our residential street, full of lots of kids, with tenants who will compete with and drain the usage of local utilities and the surrounding parking, which is, there's only parking allowed on one side. It's constantly full. This is in no way complimentary to our neighborhood. We have 10 tenants on this street. Everyone knows one another. We're proposing putting in an apartment building that will know no one around us, that won't respect the local area, with a balcony right over a long-term tenant's house that they've worked their whole life to build a yard and a beautiful space for them to enjoy. And this will completely destroy that. I think it's unfair what you're asking. I do not want this, this location to be rezoned in this way. I am not in favor of the maximum density that you're requesting, the zero setbacks, the traffic going in and out of Austin Avenue, and I'm not in favor of the height that you're requesting. It completely destroys the privacy of the surrounding tenants. I can't believe this is being proposed in a local neighborhood. It's unfair, and I hope you can reach. If you have any questions, you can reach. I know my number is in the directory there. Again, my name is Marnie Therian, 207 Austin Avenue. Thank you.
That concludes the public comment. I apologize on the last one. That was the caller's phone going in and out. So everything here is working fine.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll bring it back to the commission's side of the table for discussion or a motion.
I have a comment.
Yes.
Oh, I just wanted to note that I believe there were about 6 other emails attached to this with similar sentiment, and some of the callers might have been the same people that emailed. I'm not clear, but as I had read through this thoroughly and then listening to all of this discussion, I guess I'm inclined to either deny this outright and keep it as a neighborhood business, or ask the petitioners to go back to the drawing board and consider better setbacks, the environmental issues, which is not just sustainability, but our air quality as well as our flood issues, the character of the neighborhood. Again, the 35-year resident that's behind, I agree, the balcony right over their backyard, it seems inappropriate, given this would be a new coming structure. And so I'm between those two things, either denying outright or looking for something that's more considerate of the overall neighborhood, both the housing behind. I do applaud you for actually including the additional parking in this building, because I do think the parking, as people have noted, is an issue. And again, for ourselves in Royal Oak, I want to remind us that all of us, it's not just about restricting parking, it's not just about sidewalks, but it's also about spaces for bikes, spaces for walkability, and encouraging ourselves as well as businesses to not rely on the cars so much, and that would help minimize these kinds of discussions about the parking aspect. But that's where I am right now. I'd be a little bit more inclined to ask the petitioners to go back to the drawing board. I like the work you did on 11 Mile. I believe those townhouse structures do have setbacks that are grass, etc. Anyway, so that's my comment for right now.
Other comments or motion?
Yeah, the mayor here, if I don't know if you could see me, Gary.
Yeah.
Oh, you can? Okay. You know, I guess for me, I appreciate the people that called in, and I think that, some of the things they said are valid. Just to address some of the parking and traffic concerns, that really isn't sticking out to me in my mind as an issue, because first off, residential is going to have far less use than any even neighborhood business as far as cars going in and out and all of that. So I don't think traffic and parking are really rising to my level as a concern. In fact, I think, and what we've seen, like with the development that we had recently with Amber Apartments on 11 Mile, it's right in my neighborhood, right at the end of my street. We don't see any issues resulting from that situation of just over 1 car per spot, and on a dense right abutting up to a neighborhood. I would like to see some things accommodated for the neighborhood if we're going to entertain this. I think primarily for me, the stormwater management, is critical, and green infrastructure and having some, community beneficial features that, we can really look to and say the neighborhood is better. The neighborhood's going to have less water going into the stormwater management system. So the residents in Austin know with this project, there's going to be less likely of flooding and all of this because we're addressing it versus the current property today. So there's things like that I think that, can be achieved. I do, the parking, I'm not as worried about on site. I do like the idea of having some sort of first floor point of interest. We've seen other petitioners come here and maybe they can't fit a whole retail strip, but they do something similar like a package drop off, a workout facility, something that, provides interest. And isn't just, a screened parking deck, right in an area that we're trying to frankly grow as an extension of the downtown. So those are my thoughts. But, the project is beautiful, looks very nice. And there is a need, you mentioned there is a need for, this middle density inventory in our city that we seem to be lacking. So, it's something we have to consider.
Thank you. Other comments?
Yes, I'd like to ask the petitioner why they chose to pursue a PUD instead of looking at a special land use within the neighborhood business. Is that just because of the parking and you weren't able to accommodate permitted use on the ground floor?
That's basically the reason. Also, obviously having parking at the first floor area would require a variance as well. Those are just kind of high hurdles to overcome. So the thought was to make it as a PUD and try to do all the things we're trying to do.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments, questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes. I'm very happy to see someone entertaining a redevelopment of this site. I live 1 block away from this on Washington. I walk down Austin Avenue to Hollywood Market easily 3 days a week, all year round. So I'm very, very familiar with this street. The house that's there, the building there, is an underuse of the site. I would very much like to see it developed. I think I welcome residential here on this site, but as others have said, I can't live with that. I might live with ground floor parking, but I can't live with that facade. We have had other developments, as they pointed out. The one on the Billings site has tenant amenities in the front window, has street level interest. I might also consider some sort of, display or some eye candy on the front of that building, just something to promote walkability, but screen parking just does not work on Main Street. Ms. Beakey and I go back and forth on the subject of setbacks. I support tight setbacks. I mean, on a street where all of the buildings come right up to the sidewalk. I'm happy to see a consistent facade there. We'll have that debate, for the rest of our careers on this commission. I'm not at all concerned with traffic on that street. I will say there's, it's all permit parking. All of the houses have long driveways and garages. So, but I know there have been issues used to be with the high school and then with the Bianchi salon. So there's permit parking on that street, which keeps, which limits, obviously, who can park there. I would say, for 20 minutes a day during the school year, there's traffic on that street. Otherwise, it's very lightly trafficked, and I don't see a residential development there having any sort of profound impact. I do advocate sending them back, the petitioner back to the drawing board, as opposed to rejecting their proposal, because if we reject their proposal, they can't come back to us for another year. And they've done good work elsewhere in our city. They are earnest. I like much about what they're offering. So I guess I'd offer, I would like to see us postpone the decision, push it back. Mr. Twing, I think you said, how long can we push it back, or what window can we give them?
Well, depending on where the planning commission wants to go, if you can articulate the revisions you would like to see, you could make a motion to approve a preliminary PUD subject to certain revisions or contingencies, providing a new facade for Main Street, addressing green infrastructure. They will have to address stormwater retention anyways as part of their engineering design, but if you want green infrastructure, add that. If you approved it with those items you wanted to see it addressed, they would have 6 months to bring you those revisions before you acted on a final PUD.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait and see.
All right, you cut out there at the end. Other comments?
I'll wait to hear what others have to say.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll say something. I don't see anybody's hand up at the moment. All right, yeah. As for the parking, a lot of the proposals we get have less than 2 spaces per unit. Here they have 2 spaces per unit. I think in that way they've addressed the parking. I think that's a plus, because you're right. A lot of people are concerned about the parking. One of the comments that was made, and we may have to go back to the petitioner. I think I'm right about this because I went out and looked at it. The balcony on the west side is not right on the property line. There's an intervening set of parking spaces, and I unless I'm mistaken, there's a good 25 feet of between where the property line is for the house and the balconies. I guess we'll get a clarification on that. As far as walkability goes, of course, you put a residential right across from a grocery store and other amenities, and people are going to be walking. So this is a good place to to put residential if you want people walking around. But I am concerned about a sea, you know, it's already, the way it's designed, it would be a sea of concrete and asphalt. It'd be nice to have something greener. Last comment about interest, quote unquote, interest on the Main Street side. You do want interest. You got to be careful because though you can't just put anything there. If I see underutilized spaces on the street sometimes where somebody just puts a desk in the back of a computer in the window. We don't want that. We want something that will, somebody used the word engaging. Yeah, it has to be designed to be something that people are going to use. It's up to the architect, the designer, the developer to come up with something, but we don't want just a space there because we're going to get a cardboard box sitting in the window or something like that. We don't want that. So I would be in favor of sending these folks back, giving them the 6 months to address several of those issues. I think I like the look of the building, so I would not make an issue about the 10-foot driveway because that would ruin their design. But some of the other things that were mentioned, I think they should address. Those are my comments. Woody.
So I just wanted to make a few comments here. I think it's interesting that this is one of the few proposals that we get that actually isn't asking for a parking variance for the number of spaces. They've in fact, are in compliance with that. They are, needing, I guess, different considerations for parking on that ground floor. I agree with the Commissioner Douglas's statement about rather than declining it, just letting them go back and attempt to address our revision request. So I would be in support of that. I think I made the statement of a preference of retail on that first floor. I guess I'll revise that statement a little bit in the sense that I guess it's more of a concern that parking is going to abut that sidewalk on that first floor. If there's something else that can be there for that that different sort of engaging experience at that first floor, that's actually what I'd be in support of, not necessarily a retail use per se. So those are my comments.
All right. Are there further comments or a motion?
Yeah, I'll kind of echo the fact that I don't think the density is a problem. I think a preliminary approval with some guidance is the appropriate action in this situation. 8 units on that site I think is great. You talk about walkability and sustainability. High density residential is what achieves those things. You get more people into smaller footprints. You're consuming substantially less amount of land for those people and less demand on infrastructure maintenance, etc. That's, density is the number one proponent of sustainability. Now, again, that frontage, I would prefer retail. I think retail functions as activating the urban space. You see it with the grocer. You get people walking in and out of there all the time. If you have retail, you get foot traffic, and foot traffic supports more retail and more activity and a better public community life. That being said, while being a proponent of retail, I'm strictly against parking on that frontage. So I'll kind of echo Mr. Cantina's comments that something else engaging on that frontage could intrigue me, but parking on that frontage is going to be a very hard no for me. I think we've seen some of that in our downtown area right at 11 Mile, and it's really, really difficult for pedestrian traffic. You don't get a lot of flow there because it just stops all continuity of retail frontage and kills your urban fabric. So I think that frontage really needs to be reconsidered. Just doing a quick calculation of 50 foot of frontage and 60 feet for 2 parking stalls and an aisle. You got about 3,000. That's a pretty good size retail spot in a semi-urban environment. 3,000 square feet. You could even go down to 2,500, 2,000 and market to a lot of people. So I'd like to see something in that frontage that's not parking. Again, I think the 10-foot two-way entrance is a safety concern that needs to be addressed. You can't have people coming in and out in the same space, especially with the parking being, 3 to 4 feet off of that wall. There's not a lot of navigation room around that. So that would be a concern there. And then I think, as we're listing items of things to address when you come back in 6 months, I think the height is potentially one thing that could be addressed. Now, 30 feet, which would be the kind of neighborhood business line, is probably going to be tight for 3 levels. But I think you can get creative. Instead of doing 16, 12, and 12 to be up at 40 feet. I think you can look at some floor-to-floor heights that bring that down a little bit and get it kind of closer in scale to the surrounding developments without kind of killing your marketability and your number of units, et cetera.
All right. Is there other comments or a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll take a swing at a motion, but I'm going to ask for help in writing it. So I'm going to give conditional approval to the project while requiring the applicant to do the following. Offer activity along the facade. Mr. Klooster talked about retail. I think spaces like that in areas like this may be challenging. While we would prefer retail, I'm gonna say that they need to provide an active space in that facade and not parking. I'm gonna say reduce the height to 35 feet. Commissioners may recall that we've looked at a preliminary change in our multifamily zoning that takes ideal heights up to 35 feet from the current 30. So I'm going to suggest reducing the height to 35 feet. Did I say that? To 35 feet. I'm going to ask them to offer sustainable features. And Mr. Klooster, what was your issue about driveways? What solution do you want to see there? Because I think you and Mr. Casada may be at odds.
Yeah, so the 10-foot drive works very nicely with their facade modules, but 10 feet for traffic coming in and out is a safety concern. So I'd like to see the minimum drive width meet minimum engineering standards as developed with the planning and engineering department.
Okay, so minimum engineering per our minimum standards of, not our engineering department, it's our building department, right, Mr. Twing?
No, actually the 20-foot width is a requirement in the zoning ordinance.
Okay, so a minimum 20-foot driveway width. All right, so just recapping, a motion to give conditional approval, reducing the height to 35 feet, offering activity along the facade, the Main Street facade, offering sustainable features and including driveway widths of at least 20 feet, It's my motion.
Just a quick question on the driveway one, just to be clear with Mr. Klooster before someone seconds the motion. Is the issue with the 10 feet, or is it acceptable if they come up with a one-way module or something like that to make it safer? I don't know if we want to restrict their design by putting something in there if there's something creative. I'm not an expert in this area, but to me it seems as if there's a safety concern, that safety concern is addressed to some sort of generally accepted standards. Seems to be a little bit more fair to leave more creativity.
Yeah, I'm totally amenable to that amendment. If it's one way, 10, 11 feet is generally acceptable, but two-way traffic through a 10-foot drive has a safety concern. So I would, if we wanted to make it more generic to address safety concerns at drive aisles, I'm amenable to that amendment.
What if I like what the mayor said, eliminate two-way traffic through 10-foot driveways?
Yeah, I think that's one option, or they might want to go 20 foot. I just wanted to give them the flexibility to solve that solution to, generally accepted safety and engineering standards, whatever, that may be. So I don't want to necessarily prescribe through a, supportive motion that prescribes what they need to do versus coming back and saying, hey, okay, if you still have that in there, then you haven't done the thing. But if you've actually, met these standards that are generally accepted in the industry or by our planning department, whether it's one way, they make it 20 foot, I just want to give them that flexibility with the design because there's a lot of parts moving here.
Okay, so now I've written resolve safety issues stemming from driveway widths. That close? Anybody?
I think that's perfectly flexible and generic.
Okay.
Engineers don't like that sort of generic, but I suppose.
Flexible is not in their vocabulary, right?
Architects love it.
No, engineers.
So, Ms. Beakey, do I see a hand?
Yeah, again, retail on the first floor versus, again, green or setback. Again, I'm gonna keep reiterating that because I do think in the scheme of things, we have to get towards that kind of thing. So if no one wants to be as precise as that in terms of setbacks, I do think increasing the amount of green space on the whole overall project away from 3.25 and much closer to 10%. However, that could be achieved. And again, we see around town either, setbacks with some pocket park. There's a movement again to have mini forests, which sounds crazy, but it gives you a different ecosystem. So I leave that to the developer to look at, but something much closer to 10%.
Okay.
Or beyond.
At least 10%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's my motion.
You want to read that back real quick, make sure we know what it is?
To reduce the height to 35 feet, to offer activity along the facade, not parking, to offer sustainable features, to resolve safety issues stemming from driveway widths, and to increase, what is my phrase here, interior landscaping to at least 20% or 10%.
Is there support?
Support.
Okay, support from Mr. Klooster. Is there discussion, further discussion?
That was Mr. Guntina. Mm-hmm.
Yep, that was Woody.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Any further discussion?
Can I ask a question in terms of the 10% on landscaping? Would sustainability with the green roof portions be amenable to addressing the 10% requirement? Or are you looking for ground green space?
No, I think our standard is interior landscaping. The requirement is 10% of lot area. I think a green roof would answer our desire for sustainable features, but I think they're two separate things.
Okay, just looking for clarity.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I was going to say, the only other thing I would just re-mention is it was stated about, again, considering neighborhood benefit. I do think this is the kind of project that can be a benefit to the neighborhood, and it probably will be. It's hard for people to see that right out. But I think you're taking some thinking about the comments we heard. Again, they might sound negative, but they also give clues to what people would be happy with in terms of the neighborhood. And so I just think doesn't have to be put in here, but I just wanted to make that mention again. But I could support this moving forward.
All right, is there further comment or discussion? All right, I'm not hearing anybody, so I am going to call for the vote. Mr. Mayor.
Oh, yes.
Ann.
Yes.
Woody.
Yes.
Shar.
Yes.
Eric.
Yes.
And I vote yes. All right, the motion carries. Mr. Twing, that is a directive to the petitioner. We don't have to do anything else at this point. That's concludes.
I didn't hear the last part of your question.
My question is, since we've basically given direction to the petitioner, that concludes what we have to do. We've as far as we can go with this agenda item. There's nothing left. Yes.
No, you've dealt with it. You've approved a preliminary concept with conditions. They now have 6 months to bring back a revised plan for your consideration on a final PUD. At that point, you would take final action on their revised plan, assuming they bring one back, and then it would go to the city commission with whatever recommendation the planning commission had.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I would just say that I hope they do bring it back, because I think the potential here is great. So, very good. Thank you. I think the petitioners may be excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Next agenda item is the Panda Express, if I have these in correct order. Mr. Twing, would you bring us up to speed? Well, I think you're muted.
I'm sorry. You do have a request for a second amendment to the PUD. The original PUD, you may recall, encompasses the entire site with the Kroger's at the corner of 12 Mile and North Stevenson. The petitioner is asking you to consider that second amendment to allow 2,300 square foot in terms of gross area fast food restaurant. The indicated tenant would be a Panda Express. It would also include a drive-through. The petitioner is also including 42 parking spaces on the property. That does comply and actually provides a 13 space surplus in terms of the number of spaces. In terms of what's on the lot. In terms of landscaping, they are removing a few trees, but the submitted landscape plan provides more than a 2-to-1 ratio. So they are also in compliance with that. The drive-through lane and stacking space requirement is also being met. In short, the proposal complies with all zoning ordinance requirements at this location. As part of the PUD, they've also submitted a signage plan. You may recall, as part of the Kroger site, they had a signage plan that was submitted, given that the Planning Commission is also the Sign Board of Appeals. They've submitted that as part of a review, and a couple of the other PUDs you've dealt with the sign items. Other than the freestanding sign, because of the way the pole is measured, if you see that plan, it's a solid base that goes up the entire 16 feet to including their logo at the top. Given the way the sign ordinance measures that, it would have some 90 square feet in terms of area if you include the base. The logo portion itself is approximately 41.2 square feet, which is under the 42 square foot requirement for a freestanding sign in the sign ordinance. The other item that doesn't comply specifically with the sign ordinance are the menu board signs. In regards to the number of menu board signs, they're proposing 4. Technically, the ordinance allows 1. And you can see those in your packet labeled as D5 through D8. And the primary menu board sign, D7, is taller than generally allowed, has 29 square feet to it. That sign ordinance, or the sign proposal, is the only deviation from the ordinances. As I said, all of the zoning ordinance requirements are being complied with. And this would be a recommendation to the City Commission to modify the existing PUD.
All right. So there's already a PUD. We would make that recommendation. And do we have the same? Do we have the same flexibility as we had in the last one there, or what are our options?
Well, as part of the PUD, you do have discretion in terms of your review and comment. So,
but we would be making a recommendation to the City Commission to accept this amendment. Could we do that with modifications, or if we wanted something that we needed to have modified, we would have to send them back, and like we did with the last petitioner? How would that work?
well, that depends on what your modification might be. If it's a minor modification that they could make between now and arriving at the City Commission table, that would be fine. However, if it's something significant that you as a body want to see before you recommend it going forward, then you would do it in that fashion and have it come back.
Okay, so just to clarify, we could make the recommendation to accept the Second Amendment with modifications, assuming they were minor.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Is the petitioner here?
Yeah, hi, this is Dina Mikawi from Nor Architect. I'm here on behalf of our client, and we are proposing the Panda Express with the drive-through. In regard of the signage, I want to point to the one of the comments that we are proposing 4 menu boards. These menu boards, it's basically one is the clearance bar where you have this bar when you first enter the drive-through, and the other one is a stand with the speaker, and then the third one is the thank you sign when you leave the drive-through, and the menu board. So basically it's one menu board and 3 other signs, which is as I mentioned, the clearance bar, the speaker, and the thank you sign. The other item on the freestanding sign, we are proposing the monument sign, as Mr. Thing explained. The logo portion of the Panda Express is 41.17 square feet, which is below the allowed, which is 42 square feet. We have an extra area with the solid underneath it. We are trying to propose the maximum allowed height, which is 16 feet for visibility reasons.
All right, thank you. Any other comments you want to make? Addressing this as petitioner, you have other comments to make? You've addressed something that Mr. Twing said. Any other comments you'd like to make about your project here?
I think I'm good, unless if members have any questions.
All right, very good. Do the members have questions for the petitioner? Woody, you gotta unmute yourself.
Figure it out at some point. So I do have a question regarding some of the public comment that came in from a neighboring property regarding concern over ingress and egress of the site currently. Was there any consideration given to different iterations of the site plan layout of the building and ingress and egress of the site to address that at all? Or this configuration really the only one that works? Like, can you address that at all?
So we actually, we are in the corner of the 12 Mile and Stevenson, and we haven't proposed any new access drive or any new curb cuts. So whatever was there is the existing, and we have the access drive for our site from the internal road. It's right against the gas station of Kroger.
Thank you.
Other questions for the petitioner? This is a public hearing. Are there any public comments? Carol?
No, there were no public comments for this hearing.
All right, well, that brings it back to the commission side of the table. Is there discussion? Is there a motion? Are there questions for the petitioner? Looking at the little TV squares here, I don't see any hands up. In fact, I think you guys are mostly muted yourselves. Woody?
I move to recommend to the City Commission approval of the PUD amendment.
Is there support?
Support.
Support by Mr. Flooster. Is there further discussion? Going once? Anybody? All right. Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
Woody?
Yes.
Char?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
And I vote yes. All right, the motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. I want to say I tried Panda Express the other day and I'll be back.
Thank you.
Okay, next agenda item. This would be the conditional rezoning have to do with the old Sonic there, I believe it is. Tim, Mr. Twing, can you bring us up to speed?
That's correct. This is the Sonic site that's been closed down for a while. The petitioner is requesting to continue with a conditional rezoning. They are modifying the site plan in regards to adding approximately 621 square feet of space to the existing 1,760 square foot building. They are removing the drive canopies that are currently there from the Sonic site and modifying the parking layout. Those are really the only revisions to the plan. There are some deviations that are listed in the report in regards to building ratio, height to width, the number of off-street parking spaces. They are too short. The minimum loading spaces, there's not one really indicated. And then the minimum number of drive-through stacking spaces is required to be 8. There's only 7 that meet the dimensional requirements. And then there are determinations from the Planning Commission generally in regards to the CBD in regards to building form and placement. You can see those listed in the report. Basically, it regards that the new commercial construction is compatible with the surroundings. The maximum height to width ratio, as I mentioned, and then the ground floor having sufficient window panes, and then building lines and other things that are discretionary items for the Planning Commission. The one thing that I would also point out in terms of trying to, I guess, clarity and making sure with the petitioner, this request was noticed as a conditional rezoning from central business district to general business and a site plan. The prior Sonic was rezoned from central business to neighborhood business. And that's how it was previously set up. If the Planning Commission wanted to continue it in the neighborhood business venue, I believe you could recommend it in that light rather than to general business. since we noticed it for a more intense zoning district, I think you could recommend the lower district if you so chose to recommend such to the City Commission. It would not alter any of the items that we've referenced, since they were related to either the CBD type requirements or the actual dimensional requirements.
All right.
That I will stop.
All right, unless there's any questions for Mr. Twing before we move to the petitioner.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Twing, go back over that again. This is a conditional rezoning from CBD to general business.
Right.
Whereas, I'm sorry, say that again. The Sonic is neighborhood.
Well, you had a conditional rezoning that was approved back, I believe, in 2009. That rezoned the central business district to this site from central business district to neighborhood business. As a conditional rezoning, it's for that particular use. It's for that particular site plan. Given that the petitioner is asking to modify that, that's one of the reasons it came back. I think it was unclear in some of the communications as to which district they were really asking for. One of the letters referenced general business. Another one indicated they wanted to continue the neighborhood business. The way the notice went out, it was for central business to general business, which is again a higher, more intense zoning requirement or district. So that's what's been noticed. And that's what's labeled in your report. I think if you wanted to address it, recommend that it stay in the same neighborhood business that was previously done for Sonic, you could recommend that to the City Commission without having to re-notice and rehear the case.
So in either case, if Chipotle closed, it would revert to CBD.
That's correct. If it didn't continue in its operation and closed down, it would revert. The conditional rezoning agreement that the City Commission actually approves and adopts as part of any approval of a rezoning spells out that it's for this particular site plan and development. Now, it could change to a different restaurant, continue to go forward, but the site plan itself could not be modified.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you.
I guess I have a quick question for Mr. Twing. The petitioner is asking for the conditional rezoning. If it was central business district, could they put it to this use, the property, to the proposed use?
You're breaking up on me, and I'm not sure I heard the
Sorry.
question.
My question is, I guess I'll ask the petitioner too, but I just wonder, central business district zoning, wouldn't that allow them to have the same restaurant that they're proposing on the site, or could they not have?
The only use the only activity that's not allowed in the CBD is the drive-through.
Oh.
The restaurant itself could be, there is no parking requirement in the CBD for restaurants. You can obviously propose to have parking as part of the development, and it would have to be designed to comply. But the only part of this project that's not allowed in the CBD is the drive-through.
Okay, I think you answered the question. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Twing before we move to the petitioner? All right. Hearing none, is the petitioner here and ready to present? And unmuted.
Up on the, okay. Can you hear us?
Yes, welcome. Please introduce yourself and tell us about your project.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Dennis Cowan. I'm back for a residual performance here with our good client, Allrig USA, and to your left is Brandon Schramm, who is the senior project manager, and Gabe Schuckman, who's a principal of the company, and also to your right, is Mitchell Harvey of our engineering firm Stonefield, who is located on Woodward and Royal Oak. So we also have, I believe, Julie Kortich from Chipotle is on also if there's any questions of the company. So we've got our whole group here. We'll keep it brief. First of all, we're very pleased to have this opportunity to have a new Chipotle restaurant at the former Sonic site. As you may have learned, Sonic is permanently closed, and Chipotle, of course, is one of the fastest growing casual dining restaurant groups in the country. We also have a Chipotle up on Woodward. So we're really following up on the conditional rezoning, which has already been in place with Sonic. And we believe that there are a few changes. We are adding 1,200 square feet of green space. While we are under the parking calculations, 2 spaces short, we actually added a couple spaces. There were 27 on site and we have 29. We don't believe parking is going to be a problem at all. You did receive a letter of support from the Royal Oak Chamber of Commerce, Shelley Kemp, the executive director. And in talking to her, I asked her point blank if parking was ever an issue with Sonic, and she says absolutely not. They were a very good neighbor, and they look forward and welcome Chipotle. And they're really the only neighbor that Chipotle is going to have, because our other neighbor is the railroad, and then of course the post office across the street, both to the north and to the east. Also, with respect to stacking, you should know that Chipotle is a very forward-looking company, and what we really have is not a drive-through. We have a pickup lane. There is no message board to order here, which is the biggest problem with stacking at any casual dining or fast food operation. You have to use a Chipotle app to put your order in. If you use the restaurant, you know why, because it takes a little bit longer to put together fresh food. And so you come and merely pick it up. The average wait is 30 to 45 seconds. So you're not getting this big stacking problem. So we don't see, although according to the calculations, we're 1 stacking space short, we just don't see that as an issue at all. It was not an issue for Sonic, and certainly with the business model in terms of the pickup and ordering ahead of time that Chipotle has, we think that is going to increase the movement through the site. So again, I'm just going to have Mitchell just go over a few site features real quick for you, and then we'll be open for any questions.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure to be in front of you guys this evening. So Dennis covered a lot of it. So we will be reutilizing the existing Sonic building and adding approximately 621 square feet to it. We'll be obviously beautifying the architectural elements and really providing a beautiful building here. We discussed the parking spaces. There will be 29 spaces proposed, where 31 are required by code. As far as access, all existing traffic circulation patterns will remain the same. We're not proposing any new curb cuts, as well as revamping and maintaining all pedestrian connectivity throughout the site. There's going to be striped crosswalks, as well as some sidewalks and ADA accessible ramps. Landscaping wise, we're proposing an additional 3 trees, and as well as Dennis said, approximately 1,200 square feet of additional green space. This is largely due to converting some of the curb islands into a green curb island. That's really it. We'll also be taking down the covered awnings that cover those existing drive-in spaces. Really happy to answer any questions you guys may have, or if Julie wants to add any.
Yeah, just so I think if you analyze the site compared to what it is today, it's really the addition of the 620 square feet, which will allow the indoor dining. Obviously, we're going to upgrade the entire exterior. It's a brick look.
Yes.
The darker brick look, which I think
all masonry.
all masonry, which I think will be very much more consistent with the trend in downtown with new construction. So we'll be more consistent there. But I think this will be an upgrade to the property, and the feedback we've gotten from the business community and others who know about this has been very positive. So we would respectfully ask for your recommendation for the conditional rezoning. As Tim has mentioned, we do have to do a whole new agreement because of some changes, the types of changes that are occurring. But this is basically a continuation of the conditional rezoning in place. And also we ask for your approval of the site plan. So thank you very much. And again, we'll answer any questions you may have.
All right, any questions for the petitioner from the commissioners?
Yes, I have a question regarding the one-way north-south drive along Washington between the building frontage and the sidewalk. I know that's an existing drive, and I'm just wondering if you see that as critical to flow for operation, or if you'd be amenable to doing more landscape, hardscape, and that surface to create a more pedestrian accessible building frontage.
I'll jump in first. No, that is needed because of the traffic on southbound. That entrance point is needed because of the traffic southbound on Washington that would be coming in. Otherwise, they would be forced to make a right-hand turn and then a left over on 11 Mile. That's a very busy intersection, as you know, and can get kind of congested. So we think it'll actually, lessen traffic congestion in the area, which could get backed up very easily if we only had the 11 Mile entrance point to come into the site.
No, I'm not. So I'm not talking about the curb cut entrance. I'm talking about the interior drive aisle between the building frontage.
Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Okay.
That's primarily to get customers into the pickup lane without having to exit off the site if they were coming in off 11 Mile.
Okay.
Other questions? I got a couple. I don't see a hand up. All right, so question number one, this particular configuration with the number of seats you have on the interior and the pickup lane, is that something that is that something unique, or has that been done before for you guys?
Let Julie answer that.
What's that?
Julie can answer that question. Julie?
I think we could ask Julie to answer that question. If she can access.
She.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
There she is.
Button is
Hello.
elusive.
Okay,
Hello.
just repeat my question. Hi. The question is, you've got a configuration here. You've got some indoor seating. You're adding indoor seating. I don't know the exact amount here, but you've also got this pickup lane. My first question is this a configuration similar to other Chipotle facilities?
So every configuration in every Chipotle other than our freestanding proto is a little bit different from each one. We do have a set of building blocks or I guess prototypical elements that we use in each of our stores, and this one does feature that for the seating. The configuration of the drive-through or pickup lane, the Chipotle lane as we call it, is a little bit different just to meet the site constraints and reuse the existing architecture. The pickup window generally sits a little bit further back in our standard layouts, but this one we've modified slightly to accommodate for the position of it in this. But overall, this is I would say it falls in the category of a typical freestanding conversion building, that we've taken other existing buildings and converted them into Chipotles.
Okay, what's the mix of traffic in terms of the sales? Are you selling more to interior seating and on-site seating, or you sell more to the pickup?
Well, the goal is to sell more to the pickup orders. That's what we're pushing right now, but we like to have a healthy mix of both. In general, for the indoor seating, it's a little bit different than, say, a Starbucks where you can go in and kind of plug in your computer and post up all day. We really like to target a 30-minute or less turnaround. You know, come in and order your food, hang out for a few minutes, and then leave. So the turnover and the parking is pretty consistent with those times. But yeah, I would say that we are heading in a more digital direction, and pickup is definitely emphasized right now, but we're not abandoning indoor seating.
All right, and the exterior seating, what is the extent of your exterior outside on-site seating? I couldn't really tell from this.
So I believe we have a patio space right out in front of our building, which is basically reusing the existing kind of footprint of the patio area that was up there before. We have typically around 20 or so patio seats. It varies a little bit from store to store, but generally we just have some folding tables and chairs, a few umbrellas, and some railing to delineate the space. And then in this particular configuration, we have a landscaping buffer to kind of separate the seating from any vehicular traffic.
All right, thank you. I got one last question. You've asked for a rezoning to general business. Why is that? Why not neighborhood business like it is now?
That one I'd like to kick back over to the guys over in the other room.
We have no objection if we have neighborhood business. It was just a difference in the various zoning districts. It just seemed initially that perhaps general business was more consistent, but that was before we had seen the original conditional rezoning agreement recognize its neighborhood business. And if you want to have it remain as neighborhood business, as Mr. Thwing has mentioned, that won't affect what we're doing today. The site and the use still fits within neighborhood business, and we'd be comfortable with that.
All right, thank you. Anybody else have questions for the petitioner? All right.
I have one question.
There you go.
When you the balance between interior the balance between dining and then the pickup window or pickup drive-through, what are your busy times of day typically, and what's the volume of traffic like?
Sure. So the busy times generally, we start picking up probably around 11 or so, and then lunch is typically our busiest time. Kind of dies down in between, lunch and dinner, and then we pick back up a little bit during dinner hours as well. I would say they're pretty even. Lunch is a little bit more busy. And for traffic for the pickup lanes, it's still a newer concept. We only recently opened them in a few sites, so we're still studying that. I can certainly get numbers from our analysts internally that can provide that if you'd like. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, other questions for the petitioner at the moment? All right, I believe this is also a public hearing. Carol, are there public comments?
There are no public comments for this hearing.
All right, then we'll bring it back to the commission. And are there any further questions for the petitioners, discussions, motions? Anyone?
I have a comment.
Yes.
I guess when I look at this on paper, overall, as far as the plan goes and the numbers go, I think generally it's welcome. The idea of the Chipotle there, I think it's a good reuse of that space. It's a good renovation. Obviously, the additional green space is welcome. My concern when looking at it, because of that intersection, we have a lot of cars there. We have a lot of walkers, a lot of bikers. And so the idea of a drive-through rather than a drive-in where people stop to get their stuff and then pull back out and leave, that is my point of concern. Again, especially because this is technically our central business district. And so that gives me a little pause. Overall, I'm positively inclined about the whole thing, except that aspect of it. Anyway, that's my comment for the now.
All right, other comments from the commissioners? Comments or motions?
So I'll just as a general comment, strictly vehicular oriented businesses give me heartburn in the central business district. That being said, this is a strange site in the central business district with non-typical neighbors, I would say, especially to the west. And I don't know that it is as supportive of a traditional urban pedestrian fabric as, you know, a block east. So I think, again, I generally support the revisions to the plan. I think the use is pretty typical with what's been there and has functioned. So I can support the plan, even though the idea gives me heartburn.
All right.
And I just one thing.
I saw a hand there, yes.
It's me again. I just want to comment on that because even though it is an atypical space, again, when you see people walking from the neighborhood to go to downtown, and it's a lot of people on Washington back and forth all hours of the day, jogging, biking, walking to go places, it is a part of that pedestrian corridor. And again, 11 miles is a very busy road. And so backups already, the post office is a squeezed sidewalk. I appreciate that there's the green space. So again, it gives me heartburn too. I'll likely support, but that pickup lane, I really wish it were not there. And I'd much prefer it be walk up, bike up, business. Actually, if you could add bike racks, that would be really smart given the location. Because again, people think about 11 Mile and the traffic. What? Because you think about 11 Mile, you think of the traffic, but actually you're in a highly dense residential area as well. And so you should think about people walking up and biking up. I think maybe not equally, but I think you will get a lot of people because Chipotle is very popular.
Dennis, you can have for the bike racks.
Yes, Mr. Cowan. I think you're muted there.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, no, we'd be glad. That's an excellent suggestion about the bike rack, and we will definitely add that. We did check in talking to prior owners about the drive through area, which will now be the pickup lane. They didn't have any issues, I think, with appropriate signage, that cautioning, and I think people who use that site are generally aware that the site's kind of stood the test of time with restaurants, and it is on the fringe of the CBD. It's not in the core of the CBD, so it is a unique space because of its neighbors to the west and that surround it. So it's on a sliver of property, quite frankly. So it's kind of stood the test of time, but I think the points are well taken, and we will pay attention to the vehicular departures, particular on Washington.
I have a quick follow-up question. I mean, the Sonic had a pedestrian walk-up window. How will a biker or a pedestrian pick up once they order from their phone from this restaurant? They don't have to stand in the drive lane, do they?
No, they come inside the restaurant. No, they're not going to. Generally, the bikers and bikers and walkers have to come into the restaurant for pickup.
That's for sure. Not
Yeah,
Yeah.
and if I can add on to that, so in the app, we've just added a new feature where you can actually decide in the app if you'd like to pick up through the Chipotle lane, or if you want to go in and pick up. We have a dedicated shelf kind of right by the POS area, and it's oriented more towards the front doors so that somebody can easily come in and, you know, not have to queue through the line or anything, just kind of come in, come over to their shelf, pick up their order, and be on their way. So there is a way to pick where you'd like to pick it up.
All right, thank you. All right, bringing things back to the commission here. Is there further discussion on this petition, motion, or any such thing? Commissioner Douglas.
Yeah, I'll move approval of the, move Planning Commission approval and direct staff to send this to the City Commission for a conditional rezoning from Central Business District to Neighborhood Business. Because, and note, or with the conditions the Planning Department specified, and noting that the proposal meets conditions A through I under point 7 in the staff memo.
All right. Is there support?
I'll support.
I think that was Woody.
Yes.
All right, is there discussion? All right. I don't see anybody discussing. I guess I'm gonna call for the vote if, unless somebody wants to make a further comment. All right, here we go. Mr. Mayor.
Go yes.
Ann.
Yes.
Woody.
Yes.
Char.
Yes.
Eric.
Yes.
And I vote yes. All right, very good. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I guarantee you one thing, no one will get heartburn at Chipotle.
All right, well, okay. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. So that ends the letter G, new business, and we go on to other business. And a couple of them we've already taken care of. H1 is already taken care of. H2 is already taken care of.
Well, H1 hasn't been taken care of. They did request a postponement, but I don't believe there was any motion to actually.
Oh, okay. We have to
postpone it, or whether you wanted to act upon it, or what. I believe Kathy Wichman is still on the call if you wanted to discuss it, but they have requested that this item be postponed. Again, you've canceled the August 11th meeting, so any postponement would be to September 8th at the earliest.
So is this the first, Tim, is this the first request for a postponement for them?
No, they were at they were on the June meeting as well, I believe, and I don't want to speak for Henry Ford Health Systems. Maybe Kathy can address their reasons for the request for postponement.
And that would be the petitioner you're referring to?
Yes.
Up there for just a second.
I'm Kathy Wichman. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Yes, let's
I'm
hear.
Kathy Wichman. I'm with.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm with Interface Architectural Sign, and I represent Henry Ford Health System. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. This petition is just extremely important to Henry Ford, and we just feel like we're not as prepared as we would like to be to present our case to you. We're in the midst of preparing a visual access study that we'd like to share with you, and it's not complete. If we could be postponed until September, then I was going to say August, but of course now it's September. We'd be prepared at that point to share this with you. And so we just respectfully ask that you allow us this postponement.
All right, thank you. Well, are there questions for the petitioner on this issue?
Yes. Would the petitioner be able to, is the current health crisis situation being a medical care facility, is that impacting your ability to be prepared for this this meeting at all, or the ability to conduct the study with access to the site, etc.?
It did affect our preparation at the beginning of the study, and basically got us behind on the whole situation. We had members of Henry Ford that were not available to participate. We have a little committee put together, and they were not able to participate at the beginning of our preparation because of being pulled in other directions with the COVID-19 issue.
Thank you.
Other questions for the petitioner? Okay, I have a couple. My question would be, you say visual study. Tell me about what that would be.
So I'm sure you have all looked at this petition and probably driven or walked the streets in relation to what we're asking for. When I did so, and when committee members did so, we realized the very limited areas that you're able to visually access this building. It's so important for our patients, especially the first-time visitors, especially the older population, to be able to find a building that is off of Main Street, and in many cases blocked visually by other buildings. And so we've basically put together almost 25 photo images showing, as you come into the city of Royal Oak, what you're able to see and what you're not able to see. And we're just fine tuning that. So that's what we've worked on. That's what we'd like to present to you. And we just needed a little more time to put all that together.
Okay, these are basically then sort of annotated photographs, I assume?
Yes, exactly.
All right. Other questions for the petitioner on this issue? Or the issue of postponement is what we're talking about, of course. All right, well, I see a hand up there. Woody.
A quick comment, because I think it's important to address what we're discussing, this is postponement, in light of previous discussions earlier. I appreciate the applicant, excuse me, I appreciate the applicant coming before us and explaining why they're asking for the postponement. It seems reasonable to me because they're actually wanting to prepare more information to help us with our decision. They want time to complete that, and that's why they're asking for this. I think it's a perfectly reasonable request to postpone.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I think one of the important dynamics, given the nature of the business and what they're trying to prepare, relates directly with wayfinding and signage. I think it's important that, you know, for this body to make an informed decision to get that info. And I'm sympathetic to the situation that, you know, Henry Ford Health Systems is in with COVID. But I think moving another month and the fact that they're here explaining it in person, well, in person, air quotes, you know, is important.
All right. Other comments from discussion from the commissioners?
I have a quick one.
Yes.
I was just gonna say, if you're doing a visual access study, I do hope that will include, again, walking from the various parking garages, not just the one adjacent to the building, but also thinking about people, again, walking from the neighborhoods, et cetera, so that it's a street view as well as a driving view. Because again, I think that being in that location, that's an important aspect of how people should be arriving, because I, as a local resident, would rather go to a physician that I can walk to than I have to drive to. So I hope you would gather a lot of your people coming to the building would be closer by and able to do so on foot or bike.
Absolutely. Thank you. But I'll add that to our study if we aren't showing it sufficiently right now.
Other comments, discussion, motion? Again, this is the issue of postponement.
I will move to postpone item SV 20-06-03 to the September meeting.
Their support.
I support.
All right. Is there any further discussion? All right. Not hearing any, not seeing any hands up. If I'm missing somebody, I'm going to call for the vote. Mr. Mayor.
Vote yes.
Ann.
Yes.
Woody.
Yes.
Char.
Yes.
Eric.
Yes.
And I vote yes. All right, the motion carries. We will see you and your pictures on September 8th.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Sorry about that, Tim. I was thinking that was the first postponement. So, okay, good. Thank you. All right. H2, item H2 is the rescheduling. Now that one we did deal with. Next item is H3, which is the comment period for draft City of Hazel Park master plan. Tim, can you?
Well, generally, a community, when they're redoing their master plan, has to send out notice. And so that's all this is. And they'll keep us apprised of it, and we'll share you what they're doing with it. If you have any comments on it, we would send those back. If not, there's no action necessary.
All right. If we had comments, just to be clear, if we had comments, then we would make them. Is that what we would do, or?
Yes, if you had comments on their plan, you could make that. I think it's probably more important when you're dealing with a community that's immediately next door.
Okay, and they've published it on their website. We could look at it, but they're just giving us an opportunity, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we can do that individually. We don't have to do that here. We wouldn't do it here, right? We would submit.
Well, no, you could do it here if you had any. If the planning commission wanted to make comment on it or do things on it, you could here. If, generally speaking, I'm not aware that the planning commission has done so in the past, other than thanking the community for their notice and opportunity. Again, I think if it was immediately adjacent and you saw something in their master plan that we thought impacted parts of Royal Oak, then I would suggest you would provide those comments.
Okay, just to be clear, does anybody on the commission have comment that they would like to put on the record on the Hazel Park master plan? Okay, I don't hear any, so I think that concludes our discussion of the Hazel Park master plan. Next issue is H4, Robert's Rules for Small Assemblies. Ironically, this is one that I didn't get to read until I was taking my break, and I see there's a couple of interesting items there. Tim, can you tell us about why this is in here?
Well, I think that, basically, I think Doug and I wanted to share where we believe the Planning Commission's rules and bylaws under Robert's Rules, where you would fall in terms of items and how you would take actions to deal with them. And that, I think I made a comment earlier in the meeting that it's not always necessary to make a motion to amend a motion that's been offered versus simply the maker of the motion and the supporter of the motion agreeing to modify it. Where that gets cumbersome, I think, for staff is similar to clarifying things with a follow-up resolution. So I just wanted to have, and Doug pulled this up and share with the Planning Commission kind of what the Robert's rules are for small assembly bodies, and this is what your bylaws reference. So if you get an opportunity to look through it, read it, if you got any questions at a future meeting on it, we'd be happy to maybe go through them with you in more detail.
Yeah, I guess a couple of things caught my eye. One is that the procedures here say chairperson can't make a motion, but the small assemblies rules would allow that. Yes.
That's what's indicated.
And also, it says that a motion need not be seconded in the small assembly rules. I guess that's something that I think we'd have to discuss, because my understanding is that you have to have a second before the motion is up for discussion. In fact, we had that happen tonight. Somebody made a motion, there was no second, but under these rules, that motion would have got voted on, correct?
And that's been your normal operating procedure, and I don't think there's any problem with dealing with it with a motion and a second. I think the fact that the reference in here says certain things aren't necessary, that doesn't mean you can't do them.
Okay. All right. So just to repeat here, so this is here for our review. We would perhaps discuss this at a future meeting.
Right. Or if you wanted to have someone come in and walk through it with you that's very knowledgeable of it, we could schedule that as well. I will admit I am not an expert on Robert's rules, but your bylaws, and perhaps what we should also share with you is your adopted rules and bylaws, so that you can see how that function operates in the reference to this. So,
all right. Well, very good. Are there questions? Other questions for Mr. Twink from the commission? I don't see any hands up. It's 11:37. That may have something to do with it. Okay. Very good. Moving on to the last item would be the administrative site plan approvals.
This is solely for your information. It's a list of administrative approvals between January 2nd and June 30th. Some of these have been before the Planning Commission, and they've simply come in for building permits, and we've signed off on them. Others are minor renovations that we've dealt with administratively.
All right. Very good. Any questions from Mr. Twing on the administrative site plan approvals? Let me see if anybody has a hand
I
up.
appreciated seeing them. I always learn something when I look at those.
All right. Anybody else? I saw a hand there I thought from Mr. Klooster, but he was just shifting in his seat there. Okay. So, having disposed of the administrative site plan approvals, is there anything else? Or somebody want to make a motion to adjourn?
The two items that, or the one item with two issues that Ms. Douglas brought up.
Oh, good. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Twing. So this, we sometime back had talked about the desirability of having a joint planning commission and zoning board work session. And I think it got, kind of tabled, as COVID-19 affected us, but not seeing a light at the end of the tunnel in terms of live meetings and getting more familiar with Zoom meetings. I would like to ask Mr. Twing to let us know when it might be a convenient time for us to hold such a meeting. I know August is going to be kind of a lost cause with moving into the new building and so forth. Tim, is that something we could maybe do in September?
We can certainly look at it. I agree with you. I think August is just impractical to consider.
Yeah.
We can clearly ask the zoning board members for dates. We can ask the planning commission members for dates. Is there any particular topic that the Planning Commission wants as far as an agenda, or is it a work session on roles and responsibilities? What's the agenda or purpose for the meeting, or is it just get together and talk on issues?
Just informal conversations with the chair of the zoning board. There are issues that they deal with that are ordinance issues that I think they would like us to take a look at. I'd like to know when we send them, when we give applicants permission to go to the zoning board for variances, which of those are giving them heartburn? Those are the two subjects. And then I would think that those two chairs, I'll bet if they got together over a glass of wine or a beer, would probably come up with some other issues.
Okay. We'll see what dates work.
Okay, great. And perhaps apropos of that, I believe, voted sometime back to require all zoning board and planning commission members to participate in some form of education or training once a year. We understand that we cannot make their appointments, or we cannot require that of people because these are legally, state constituted bodies. But it is a factor that could help in the appointments process for members of these bodies. And I wondered, Mr. Twing, have you kept track of that? Have we offered sessions to people? Do we need to initiate something ourselves, perhaps in conjunction with a joint ZBA Planning Commission meeting? That might be a place to do it.
Well, it could be brought up there. We have, when we've been made aware of or found training opportunities, we've passed those along to the board members. I know various people have participated, and we have a list of those. If someone went on their own and didn't tell us, I don't have any record of that. I know there's been occasions where we've had people sign up and we've tried them up. I'd say recently there haven't been any in-person training sessions that, whether the county puts one on or the Michigan Planning Association puts one on or MML puts one on. We are trying to keep those, and because we're members, we do get lists of those planning opportunities, and we do attempt at least to remember to share those with all the board members. We do have a small budget where we can, if it requires a registration and they're not free, to cover some items. Obviously, it's somewhat limited, and it may be more limited as we go forward with potentially some budget issues this year. But no, we'll be happy to make those available. Again, it could be, SEMCOG provides some training occasionally that we're a member and it's free, and those are just downtown. A lot of them right now are webinars, but they're COVID related. They're not really land use planning issues, so we don't share those. But and if any board member sees something that they get from being members of an organization, because you are all listed, so if you get an email or something you would like to attend, let us know.
I'm most interested in being sure that we keep an actual record of people's attendance. And I say that because the City Commission appoints members to the ZBA, and knowing that, and typically those appointments take place in like December because people's terms expire at the end of the year. So it would help the commission make those decisions about appointments if it knows that people have conducted training along the way. Similarly, the mayor appoints people to the planning commission, and I would think that he would want to know as appointments come up that those existing members have gone through training.
Well, we can go back and check the record of the ones we're well aware of, and we can ask if someone did attend something that wasn't to our knowledge, that because we do just pass them along, and if they attend on their own, we're not always told, particularly if it's a free item. But we can attempt to make a list of who actually attends sessions.
Yes, please. I'd very much appreciate that.
Okay, that sounds like things that could be very, this is just to pipe up, it could be fruitful discussion with the ZBA. I think they probably have some thoughts on the issue as well.
You broke up in the last part. I'm not sure.
Oh, just saying, I'm sure the ZBA members have thoughts on that same issue, and then that would be one of the benefits of having the discussion.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. And we haven't done it recently, but, you know, periodically we've actually paid for someone to come in and provide specific training to the zoning board and to the planning commission. So there's a lot of options out there to deal with. I think that the last few months, though, we haven't seen very many of those, again, because of the COVID-19 things. But I will have staff go back and look and see who's attended what of at least the current planning commission members and zoning board of appeals members.
Great, thanks, Tim.
All right, Ann, did you have your hand up? You gotta unmute yourself.
Unmute. Sorry. I'm looking at the word unmute and anyway. I was going to say two things. Is number one, as you mentioned, so many things are online now. You can go to a lot of national as well as international sessions because there's so much more online. And then also, I wonder, again, thinking about appointments and such, to consider people as also their self-study, because I think a lot of people maybe do their own research and such, or reading and keep up on some of those things, which you may or may not go to a course, but you may actually attend. I don't know. It's hard to capture. I don't know if you need people to reapply or just update their applications, if that's helpful. But like the Association of Pedestrian Bicycle Professionals, they have like almost weekly seminars. There's a lot of different ones that are online now that usually are not. Anyway.
And my only problem would be, unless I was told, I wouldn't know what you attended. So.
Right. So I don't know if, you know, once a year we need to all submit what we've been doing or something like that makes it easier rather than just being a random. I don't know what procedurally makes sense, or just update our application.
Well, I think what maybe initially we'll do is we'll go back and check and look and see who's actually participated out of current board members. And if we don't have any record of someone attending something, we'll send an email out and ask if they have, and if so, provide us what you've done. And then as things come in, we'll definitely put it on the tickler to make them available. And I agree with Ian that a lot of it right now is online, a lot of it's webinars, a lot of it's free. And so you can sign up on your own as well. But
I'm sure we'll further that discussion with the ZBA, yes. All right, any other comments on this issue? All right, I don't see anybody raising their hand. Those are the two, those were both issues that Commissioner Douglas added to the agenda. So is there anything else to discuss tonight, or do we have a motion to adjourn? Anybody awake?
So moved.
All right. You know what? We don't need a second. That's what it said right there. So we're going to call for the vote. Mr. Mayor.
I vote yes today, better tomorrow.
Ann?
I vote yes.
Woody?
Yes.
Okay. Shar?
Yes, sirree, Bob.
Eric?
Yes.
And I vote yes. We are adjourned. Thanks to everyone. It was a long night.
Thanks for everybody's time.
Thanks to the department and Mr. Liss, who was over there, I think, the whole time. So very, very good.
Everybody
have a good night.
What's left of it.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Yeah.